Let's go. Whether it be 10 or 10,000, we will talk Cowboys tonight. And we have a lot going on, even when we don't have a lot going on. Let's get it. Welcome, Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And if you like this video or this live stream, and it is live, please like, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you know the next time we post another video or go live. And yes, we are live. And if you haven't become a channel member or subscriber yet, please do. We have a lot of great things coming up this season. Let's get it. So tonight, of course, the Cowboys are done with Oxnard, California. So why not? Let's talk Cowboys and talk about kind of what is going on the off day. Because I'm telling you, man, every time the Cowboys are off, it seems like something crazy is popping off. And so, let me just show you what we're going to talk about tonight and what's come down. So, we're going to listen to the Jerry Jones interview that I believe happened yesterday, and I think they posted it sometime late yesterday. We're going to look at an article written on Athlon.Sports talking about the fans are not happy. We're also going to look at the Netflix release day, and Emmitt Smith says something that I think people need to hear about Jerry Jones. Then, Nick Harris is going to give a summary, I guess, kind of what he's seen over the last few days of the Cowboys practice. Then, we're going to look at a decision that Brian Schottenheimer has made about Joe Milton. Then we're going to dig into some of the stuff from the title. Nope, it is not clickbait. We're going to look at this whole thing about the Micah Parsons trade. I can't, man. Like R. Kelly, they're killing me with this stuff. I can't do it. And then, finally, we're going to look at Brian Schottenheimer had a conversation with DLLS, and there was a couple of things that they brought out. In particular, Jesse Holley said a few things to Brian Schottenheimer, and if you have not seen that, I want to give you some insight on that and kind of what they talked about. So that's the show. Jerry interview, fans not happy, Emmitt defends Jerry, Nick Harris, Joe Milton, Micah trade, Shotty exposed. Let's go. All right, let me share this over on X real quick. Let's go. Y'all come on in. Time to get this thing started. Let's go. All right, let's get this thing started. All right, let's get a quick roll call real quick for Cowboys After Dark tonight. Appreciate y'all rocking with me. Let's go. All right, let's get it. Let's get it. Let's go. Let's get it. My sister LaQueen, first one up in the house. Good to see you tonight. John Henry up in here. What's going on? Brandy, 17 Able. Is that what that says? Brandy, 17 Able. What's going on? The Newhouse fam up in the crib tonight, regulating. What's going on? Short Man 804 up in the crib. My brother, Roderick Holman, straight out of Florida. What's going on with you? Hope all is well. Let's go, Dominique. You know we got to get it in. Late night, man. The season is coming back. Man, we're going to be doing this Cowboys After Dark probably at least 3 times a week. Lonnie Cabal, what's going on with you? Dominique Pittman, again, let's get this thing. Alfredo Morales, he said hello. Chad El Truco in the house. What's going on? 5 points, other star. What's good with your fam? Let's talk. Ty Howard, what's going on? God bless you. Dominique Pittman said hit that like button. I agree with him. My man, JCT Slice. He said, gee, honestly, I think We'll be fine. We're going to be better than fine. I really do. Dak Prescott is healthy, and when he's healthy, we win 9+ games, no doubt. And almost always go to the playoffs. I'm not worried, really. We still have number 4. I'm with you. We in. Like Flynn. Let's go. All right. Corey Williamson, what's going on with you? My man, the big Roundbowski. Let's go. Yo, G, bless him. Robert Paulson up in the crib. Let's get this thing going. Good to see you. Richard Owens in the crib. Michael Towery in the crib. Welcome to the congregation. Gregory, good evening. What's going on with you? All right. Energy Plug. My guy, he said, G. What up, fam? My guy, Energy Plug. What's going on? Good to see you tonight. Man, we're going to talk some Cowboys. We're going to have some fun. Katharina Kiss. What's going on? Brandon Cup in the crib. He said, what up, Cowboys Nation? He said, we got to trade Micah. Should we go to the Browns, bring Garrett home? Should do it, maybe a defensive back and a number 1 pick. He said DC4L, let's go. Roger, appreciate that super chat. Let's go. Let's get this thing going. Carolina Cowboy up in the crib. D-Park 254 up in here. Let's go. All right. We'll get some more people as we get going. What's going on? Samanda Anderson? Whatever. Anderson, what's going on? Anderson 09, good to see you. Justin Bradley up in here. Let's get this thing going late night. All right, so looks like there have been it's always a bunch of talk when the Cowboys. Boy, it's always a bunch of talk. I mean, it's like people time it perfect, man. There's nothing going on. So people like, hey, man, it's a good time to just put something out there. It's a good time to just put something out there. And, you know, there's nothing going on with the Cowboys. Let's put something out there for some news. Gene Mart's up in the crib. Good to see you. Stephen Miller, what up? He says to the chat, Stephen Miller, what up to you? So let's get this party started first with Jerry Jones. Boy, let me tell you something. Jerry Jones is the gift that keeps on giving. I don't care what anyone says. This media absolutely loves Jerry Jones. They love Jerry Jones, and for good reason, because Jerry Jones is always giving them something to talk about. And so, of course, Jerry Jones today decides on the day of The Wall being released. And as a matter of fact, yesterday, Jerry decided that he was going to do some talking while Micah is out there pouting like crazy. I'm sorry. If I was Micah, I'd be doing this way different, man. But hey, to each his own. But if I was Micah Parsons, I would be out here doing this totally different. Man, you not going to rob me of my joy. I'm not going to be out here pouting, walking around all mad and mean, jersey around my neck. Bro, Micah Parsons is the very person who said that God has blessed him so much. Well, act like it. One thing I always teach people, one thing I've learned about people, Christians, say God is good, and all the time God is good. They say God is good all the time, and all the time God is good. But it's strange to me how people don't be saying that God is good when things aren't going the way they're supposed, the way they want them to go. It's strange to me that people aren't saying it and not acting like it. No. All good gifts come from above. If I was Micah, man, I'd be out there doing the same stuff I've been doing. And I would not be letting anything with this contract bother me, because I am a talented man, and I am going to get paid, whether it be here or somewhere else. I'm going to get paid. God is going to guide me on this journey. Even if they were to franchise tag me 3 times, I am still going to get paid because God's going to guide me. I'm just serious. Man, we talking about millions of dollars. Man, we talking about no $22. Man, I'm not even sweating this stuff. If I was Micah, man, I'd be out there I'd be just like Dak Prescott was last year. You'd have never knew Dak Prescott was in a contract year. You'd have never knew they had brought Trey Lance all up in the training camp, parading them around the facility and letting them play all the preseason game. You would never know they did any of that stuff with Dak Prescott. Man, this dude was business as usual, happy-go-lucky, first one out there on the field. Nothing was robbing this dude of his joy. And if I was Mike, I'd be doing the same thing. Stephen White in this crib. What's going on with your late night, Stephen White? Irvin Green, good to see you up in here. Let's go. Justin Bradley, he said, that's my only issue with Micah. He acts like a spoiled little teenager sometimes. Man, I'm telling you, bro, there is no reason. There is no reason. And he said this in that press conference in November. I don't believe a man until he showed me. I don't believe a man until he showed me. I don't believe a woman until she shows me. You can tell me anything you want to, but until you show me, I ain't believing you. And when you talk about how immensely God has blessed you, and you know doggone well Jerry gonna pay you, bro, I'm sorry. I'm skipping the loo out there. I'm out there. Now, I'm not gonna be out there going full speed, risking injury. But what I am going to be doing is I'm gonna still be out there next to my teammates because he said he was there for his teammates. I'm gonna be out there with my teammates. I'm gonna be out there where they are with the drills. I'm gonna be out there where the position groups are. I'm gonna be out there when they're making plays or I see something I can help them with. I'm gonna give them some help like that. I would have been out there, boom, 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 boom. Man, I'd have had people, man, the Bible tells us to pour hot coals on people's head. Boy, I had Jerry out there. Y'all stop thinking that Jerry don't have no feelings. I had Jerry out there feeling all type of bad because people be talking about, hey, G is out there and he's with the team and he's coaching and he's happy and all these things, man. You know, why are you not doing, man, I'm sorry. I'm just too, I would just be too happy. Energy Plug said he should do as a leader does and worry about football, leave it in God's, leave it in God's hands, Energy Plug. Yeah. Leave it in God's hands, man. Dominique said that shows Michael's immaturity, man. I'm telling you, bro, and he's 26. Stephen White said Michael not holding that edge after he gets his legs will not be good for him. He is not a complete dog. Well, I'm going to tell you what they're going to wind up doing in the first place. Micah Parsons is going to be able to work himself in easy because the Cowboys have so much depth, so it won't be no problem. Michael will work his way back in once they sign him. Demetrius Adams, what's going on? Demetrius Adams said, wait until he starts missing them game checks. I don't think he's going to miss them because I don't think he's going to miss a game. I'd be shocked if he misses a game. I would be shocked if he misses a game. All right, we're going to get into this thing with this interview with Jerry, and let's hear Jerry's comments. And, you know, I'm not oblivious to Jerry, but at the same time, because I just know how Jerry is, Jerry has his reasons for whatever he's doing, and I can't figure out, don't get me wrong, I can't figure out what Jerry's doing. All I can tell you is I know one thing for sure. Jerry Jones is going to pay Micah Parsons. And Micah Parsons ought to know that Jerry Jones is going to pay Micah Parsons. That's the end of this story. So, in the meanwhile, you just keep letting your character shine. No pouting. No pouting. Nothing to draw any attention to yourself other than good things. Let your light shine. Man, perseverance is a necessity. It really is. Smanderson, he says Mike is supposed to be a leader, but he ain't acting like one. Yeah. For sure. It's tough. Gregory said, gee, the thing about Michael or Dag or Lamb is everyone loves them until it's time to pay them. Then the hatred starts. You know what? I don't know, Gregory. Now, me, I'm just telling you about me. Anybody already know. No, when it was time to pay Dak, boy, I was like, hey, man, this is crazy. I figured they were going to pay Dak Prescott too, but they didn't do Dak. I mean, they didn't do Michael like they did Dak. I mean, they literally tried to threaten Dak by bringing in his replacement. Could y'all imagine if Could y'all imagine if Joe Milton III would have been, even though I think it would have been the same result? Because in actuality, they're almost the same situation other than Dak being on a contract. But it's like they were trying to really threaten Dak with Trey Lance, man. But Dak, what did he do? Dak just kept his nose down, kept his same demeanor and attitude. And Dak said, I'm betting on myself. And he did. Now, Gregory, people hate on Dak before he even got the contract. So they hate on Dak before he got the contract. I didn't really hear no talk about CeeDee Lamb. I really didn't. Everybody wanted CeeDee Lamb, at least I thought, to get paid. So, man, hey, D's, what if he doesn't play hard? Ain't nothing they can do. Ain't nothing they can do. That's the game. Ain't nothing they can do if he don't play hard. Nothing. Bam Bam Gaines, what's up with you? He said, how detrimental will it be to Micah that he hasn't practiced nor been in training to get in shape the way CD was? Now, I just mentioned this a second ago, then we're going to go to Jerry. The reason why I don't think it's not that they won't affect Micah Parsons, but because of the depth that the Cowboys have this year, they can work Micah back in easy. You don't have to have Micah Parsons playing the whole game if you ask me. Just hey, okay, Micah, you got signed late. So what we're going to do against Philadelphia, we got about 20 to 25 snaps for you. 20 to 25 snaps. We're going to put you in very situational. We're going to ease you back in. So just be patient. Because I don't think he's going to play like he has in years past anyway with Matt Eberflus. I think they were already going to have him on some type of rotation and making sure they're optimizing his pass rushing abilities, and rather than putting him in run situations, which gets him caught up in those scrums and it's a risk for injury. I don't think they were going to play him like they had in years past anyway. So I think they're going to set him up to be a pass rush specialist this time. I think they're going to set him up to be a pass rush specialist. And I think they're going to have him in different spots. So they can just work him back in. They don't have to worry about saying, oh, wow, we're desperate. No, they got plenty. Dante Fowler, Donovan Ezeraku. And I know people say that they are unproven. Trust me when I tell you, the Cowboys have not unleashed Donovan Ezeraku yet. I believe on purpose, they've been telling Donovan Ezeraku, don't show people what you have. Because if you look at him on tape, Donovan Ezeraku hasn't been doing any moves. Donovan Ezeraku has not been doing the moves that anybody who watched him play in college, if you go back and look at those college highlights, he's not doing that stuff yet. I've noticed he's kept it pretty generic, especially in that preseason game. He kept it very generic. All he basically tried to do was a bull rush. And even in practice, you've seen bull rush, maybe the dip the shoulder, maybe a out and in. But this dude has an entire tool set of moves. I don't think you're going to see him until the first game. So when you think about all these players the Cowboys have brought in, they got Peyton Turner. The Cowboys have enough depth. Sam Williams is back and he's hungry. Just work him back in. Just ease him back in. The Cowboys are going to have plenty. Put him in situation against the Eagles. Keep him fresh. He'll be ready to go. I'm not worried about it. Shaw knows what's going on. Ace Wade, we're going to talk about that in a moment. Man, we're going to talk about this doggone Green Bay Packers. Boy, I'm not believing none of this stuff. Corey Williams, what's going on? Uncle Charles up in here, what's going on? Good to see you. Richard Villegas, my man up in here. He said, I've been seeing Micah going to get paid $173 million, $25 or $34 million guaranteed. Not sure what the facts are. I'm hearing it's going to probably be about $141, $145 million guaranteed. So, but again, let's listen to what Jerry Jones has to say about this. Because you already know the moment they get Jerry Jones over here, this contract with Micah Parsons is definitely coming up. Let's check it out.
The cancer scare and those kinds of things when you build it on Netflix. Just your thoughts on the reaction to it. Well,
boy, did y'all hear Jerry Jones breathing right there? Man, listen to Jerry Jones breathing.
Jerry, just to talk about your health, the cancer scare, and those kinds of things.
My right-hand man, Daniel M, up in the crib. What's going on with you, Daniel M? Good to see you tonight. This man, Jerry Jones, is breathing. This man is breathing heavy, man. What's going on? Oh, man.
On Netflix, just your thoughts on the reaction to it.
Well, of course, millions of people are dealing with setbacks every day. So you got to keep that in mind all the way through. But there's no question that from my point of view, the great life that I get to have, believe it or not, being around you guys, being around this team, being around the NFL, being around sports, that for me, if you need to be around a positive attitude when you're trying to deal with something like that, I've been around it. So I've been blessed to, as I dealt with that cancer, I've been blessed to get to be a part of the NFL. We've got a lot, as you know, to keep your mind going forward.
You shared a conversation with Shotty.
With ScribeHow.com, you can create documentation in minutes, not hours. Until now, it took forever to create.
Because he had thyroid cancer, how emotional was that for the both of you to talk about that?
Well, again, I don't want to get into his health issues. I can certainly talk
Jerry,
about
you been
mine,
running?
But listen, my point is that when we talk about pressure, we talk about challenges. I told a coach one time, he said, man, that going for two, that just adds pressure. And I don't want to sound condescending, but I said, look, everybody on that TV, everybody up in those stands, they're dealing with things. They're dealing with pressure. We all have pressure. Let's all be thankful we're here to get to deal with it.
Jerry, how scary did it get for you?
Well, you don't like to think about your mortality, but I was so fortunate to have some great people that sent me in the right direction. I got to be a part of a trial that was propitious. It really worked. It's called PD1, and it really, really, really worked. It ate my hips up. I had to have both hips replaced because it was rough on your bones. But other than that, I'm so proud to get to be sitting here with you guys and be getting to do what we do.
How did it change perspective?
But it was in the back of your mind.
How did it change any perspective for you on life in general?
No, I have. I got involved with the Cowboys because, unlike it seems sometimes, seriously, it was a poor investment. I was with the Cowboys because I wanted the job of running the Cowboys.
To walk across the field.
And not necessarily for my children, not necessarily for anybody. I wanted that job. And that's the way it's been. And focus, and when you're passionate and get to totally engulfed in what you're doing, that helps you deal with some of the other issues we deal with in life.
Jerry, not to hard pivot topics here, but what have you made of Michael Parsons' participation during his time out here at Oxford?
Again, I'm glad he's been here. It's important. It's important for the teammates, but it's important for him to pick up all of the coaching and the nuances. Osmosis is a very big thing, and he's been here and been a part of that.
Now that you're headed home, do you think that talks would pick up a little bit with him?
I don't know that necessarily talks will, but we've got a game coming, and he's under contract.
Who have you liked in camp so far? Who have you liked in camp so far?
Well, I've been real pleased with Thomas, and he's gotten some real opportunity here. And we certainly need that showing up on his part. I like several of the young guys I just overall like the tempo with the camp. Give Brian Schottenheimer his due there to have that. And I'm looking forward to Saturday night. They're back in Dallas.
Me too.
So, but I like what we've seen so far, and on balance, I don't even want to mention it, but we've come out here in pretty good shape with our injury, which is always a focal point.
Be it discipline or physicality, what stood out to you most in the first, Schottenheimer training camp as head coach?
Well, I like the physicality, the enthusiasm. Probably the last play we just saw, that number 54 taking that thing to the house and outrunning everybody, probably is a great way to have ended this practice and certainly of his camp. Sam is not fragile in terms of mental, but as Michael Irvin said, when he had an injury that flashed before him the prospects of not playing again, Michael said it made his career to appreciate what he might miss. I think Sam has had that same realization, and so he's come back. He's had an outstanding training camp. And I would think somebody might have set that up for him to run the length of the field with that interception. But I think one of the players said, might have been Dak, oh no, anybody but Sam, because he's showing leadership out here as well.
Is it concerning you, Jerry, as you leave here and know that Philadelphia is a few weeks away?
Well, the world champ, you couldn't start her off any more challenging than that.
Sure couldn't.
Be at their home. All of it's there, and Philadelphia's always all that we can possibly handle when we go up there. So as far as I'm concerned, it's a good way to start it out, and we'll get a real read on not necessarily the season, how the season's going to go, but it'll be a real good, solid test on how much progress we made in training camp. But again, not to use a cliche, but it's one of 17, and but it's counts in every way there is. Playing the world champion counts in the perception, and of course counts in the division. It starts right off with all
Philly
the
game
marbles.
going to be
Do you
huge.
foresee any talent that's not on the roster right now making the 53?
Again, I don't at all, but I wouldn't close the door.
As you wait for corners to get healthy, do you guys need to make an addition in the cornerback room?
It's probably hard to make an addition at this point in training camp, but certainly the numbers as we start the season are one that we've got a very close eye on. But the other part of that is we've got some extraordinary help on the way for traditionally how you go in short into a position into a season with that position. So we do have, it doesn't mean we won't try, but we do have good help on the way. And that's the encouraging.
Do you feel like Diggs would be, is that help on the way?
Yeah, he got to be talking about
yes,
Diggs.
I think Diggs is hopefully not only, as it turns out, the initial game or games, but certainly for the season. Counting on Diggs to really be a player for us.
Is there a deadline to know whether Micah Parsons plans to play in Week 1 or not?
No.
No, not at all. You don't have deadlines when you're playing under a contract.
What's preventing you guys from talking right now?
Again, really nothing.
So why don't you talk?
Again, nothing would be that, and we might or might not talk. And the rest of that gets in what we do every day.
Even though he is under contract, are you guys comfortable if we don't get a deal done that he'll be ready to go for Philly?
Well, again, all you got to go on are contracts. And we are negotiating for a contract. Well, when you do a contract, you would hope that after a negotiation, that's what both the team and the player look to see what our obligations are. And so I have a lot of respect for a contract.
Would you like to get a deal done with Ron Bland before the season's great?
Again, anytime that we're anticipating improvement, which if we want to extend, that would call that a plus, an improvement on the overall picture. Anytime we can get that done, then that's a plus and a good event of the day.
Jerry, what's your thoughts on how
But it goes on all the time.
how the documentary turned out?
Well, again, I've had the chance to see all of the documentary, and it was pretty emotional. I don't know. I guess a part of living is that you look back and you don't just dwell on many slow moments, hard moments, emotional moments, negative moments. You don't dwell on that. And so, but when you're, by experience in doing this documentary, we got into that since on a personal basis, I've been a part of the NFL. It was more emotional. It wasn't as pretty as I thought I remembered it. I had a lot of mistakes along the way. But if and when it did, and it did show moments of elation, that's football. And that doesn't surprise me at all. Football's about 98% having to really combination of endure and work through, and 1 or 2% elation. And there's not a lot in between.
See this property on Craigslist for $4,300 a month? Well, it's been sitting empty for the last 28 days. And there's 44 million long-term rental properties sitting vacant all across America. Now, what if I told you?
Man, let me tell you something.
Hey there, Cowboys Nation. Kyle Yeoman.
People need to understand something about Jerry Jones. There is nothing anybody can do that could ever, at least I believe, that could make Jerry Jones feel bad. This man beat stage 4 cancer at an old age. And that in itself is a monumental feat. And it's amazing what money will do for you. I think the Big Rombowski makes a very powerful statement. He says, for someone who loves the spotlight, he sure kept his cancer treatment under wraps. He did. Not sure how 2 surgeries and an experimental trial went unreported to the media. Exactly. Exactly. I'm with you. I mean, that is crazy to me. But it just goes to show you, to me, that, you know, Jerry is well calculated in what he does. Jerry is well calculated. And Jerry knows how to get out what he wants to get out, and what he doesn't want to get out, he don't get it out. And so again, Jerry's well calculated, man. He know what he's doing. Let me read a couple of comments back here that I was looking at. I like something that Dominique Pittman said. Dominique said back here, had that Trey Lance situation worked out, they would have had no intentions of paying Dak. I stand by that. I kind of agree with you. I agree with you. I don't think they signed Dak. I don't. But Dak goes and gets paid out of his mind, for sure. Brandon Cup, he says, I'm saying if they got Shador and release Milton, you want to see Dak really let it rock, bring in real competition if that's what you're doing. Man, I'm going to just be honest with you. Any team that gets Shador Sanders, it will not be a competition. Not because even if Shador is better than them. There is only one quarterback, maybe 2, that you could put Shador Sanders behind. And the fans and the media would not want him to start. I'm going out on a limb. Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen. Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen. I'm gonna tell you, I don't even think Lamar Jackson would be safe. I don't even think Lamar Jackson would be safe after his playoff failures. Maybe Joe Burrow. Those to me are the only 3 quarterbacks you could put Shador Sanders behind, and people wouldn't be clamoring for Shador Sanders to be a quarterback, man. Be the quarterback. He's a very polarizing figure. I absolutely love the kid. I mean, I just can't understand a team like the New York Giants. You're the third largest market in the NFL, and you don't get Shedeur Sanders? Somebody who's built for the spotlight that's on quarterbacks in New York? Bonkers to me. Bonkers to me. Corey Williams, he said Micah only needs to rush on passing downs, keeping them fresh. I think that's what they're going to try to get to. Well, you know, because why put him out there on rundowns or try to figure out ways to get him out of rundowns? D said the biggest problem for Micah, man, let me tell you, D's, you said something. That's the biggest problem for Micah, Ezraku being a beast. Man, let me tell you something. I'm wondering if Jerry's going to try to take this into the season and try to see what this team is without Micah Parsons. Because, boy, I'm going to tell y'all now, if Jerry Jones takes this into the season and goes 2 games and they go 1-1, I think 1-1 would make this, would even lessen the leverage of Micah Parsons. I think 1-1 would even lessen that. Because you know they're going to beat the New York Giants. The Giants can't beat the Cowboys. It would be crazy if they messed around and went 2-0 in the first 2 games. Psh, boy, I don't even want to imagine it. I don't even want to imagine it. You think hell breaking loose now? Hell breaking loose. Man, hell is breaking loose. If they would have messed around and play those first 2 games and go 2-0. Man, let me tell you something that I've learned about this NFL. There is something that cures everything and makes people forget everything. And that is winning. And that is winning. You can tell people anything they want to. You can tell me anything you want to about people. Go out there and win. Go out there and win. They'll shut up in a heartbeat. Go 4-0. They'll shut up. You'll get some that'll still be complaining from the rafters. But for the most part, you'll find out where people will start saying, well, you're already 4-0, trade him. Not wishing that on Micah Parsons. We'll see. I don't believe it's going to get to that. I do believe that Micah Parsons is going to get signed. And then moving over here to fans, it says here that the fans are not happy. Gregory Davis said once Mike is paid, he says he's expecting Defensive Player of the Year. He's focused and intense. Thinking hard on that one, Gregory Davis. The reason why, let me tell you why I believe that Micah Parsons is going to have a hard time being the Defensive Player of the Year. Because he's got something that he's never had on the team before. Micah Parsons has help. Micah Parsons has help on this team. And because Micah Parsons has help on this team, teams are going to have to figure it out early on. Because if they start double teaming Micah Parsons, I promise you, Donovan Ezraku going to eat. Dante Fowler going to eat. Marshawn Nealon going to eat. Sam Williams is going to eat. The Cowboys have so many players that there's a player on this team that might even have more sacks than Micah Parsons this season. There's a player on this team that might have more sacks. Micah Parsons has a lot of help. And because he's got a lot of help, not to mention Solomon Thomas, Solomon Thomas is going to get busy. Also, Diggy Zua is going to get busy. Perrion Winfrey, you watch what I tell you, going to get busy. He's got so much help on that defensive front. So much help on that defensive front. I'm just telling us, this may be a different year for Micah Parsons. It may be a whole different year the way they even use him. So, but I'm here for it because I don't want them ever relying on this one player philosophy like they've done over these last few seasons with Micah Parsons and only relying on Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb on offense. Man, I'm glad they got help. They have help. And so I don't think Micah's going to have some of the success that he's had in the past. Boy, Richard, boy, I'm telling you, I don't know enough about that money part, but I tell you what, I would love. I would love they ask me my 2 cents. I'd tell them what to do for sure. But I'm telling us, man, the Cowboys have so much depth on that edge rushing, the edge rusher, the defensive ends. I just don't think Michael's going to have the kind of season that people may think, okay, Michael's going to get paid and he's going to go off the chain. No, I think they got players around Micah Parsons that's going to go off the chain. I think that, again, teams will come in, they're going to game plan for Micah Parsons, and it's going to free up so much and so many other things for the Cowboys. I'm telling you, man, this is going to be a great season for the Cowboys defensively, even though I still say, I was thinking about this, and we're going to talk about this a little bit later on about the one tech position. I actually had it up here earlier. I took it off, but I still want to talk about it a little bit. You notice, let me go over some of the things that Jerry said in that interview rather than interrupt him. I just took a couple of notes. Again, people need to understand, I don't care if Denzel Washington says something about Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones does not care about anything that Denzel Washington says. Man, Jerry has survived cancer. He ain't caring. I'm just telling you, man, Jerry's got a whole different outlook on life. Let me read this thing about NFL fans not being happy, and then I'm going to come back over here and look at some of the notes I made on what Jerry Jones said. It says it's been a few weeks since All-Pro defender Micah Parsons requested a trade from the Dallas Cowboys, who drafted him 12th overall in 2021. The saga began this spring when Parsons spoke directly with the Cowboys owner, president, and general manager Jerry Jones about a contract extension. While Jones believed they were negotiating, Parsons did not because his agent, David Mulugeta, wasn't present. Now, see, this article right here, this is the stuff that just ticks me off about stuff like this. They're writing this letter or this article. They're writing it with a slant towards Micah Parsons. The Jerry Jones hatred stops so many people from being objective. While we can come to an agreement that neither Micah nor Jerry, see, that's the part nobody wants to say, but I'm going to say it. Neither Jerry nor Micah should have been talking about numbers on his contract without his agent present. Micah is guilty too. And so when it says that when President General Jerry Jones spoke with Micah Parsons about his contract, no, they talked about his contract. It's not, no, let's not play semantical games. And because his agent Mulugeta wasn't present, Micah Parsons didn't feel like they were negotiating. Let me tell you how I know people don't understand things. It's a bold-faced lie because Micah Parsons himself said he engaged in the conversation and then told Jerry he would have his agent to reach out to him. How is it not some kind of negotiation? It was a negotiation by Micah Parsons and Jerry Jones. There is nothing illegal about it, contrary to what people think. The player in sound mind should not be talking to an owner about his contract. But he did it. Says Mulugeta later tried to arrange formal talks with Jones, who declined, claiming an agreement has already been reached. Soon after, Jones publicly criticized Parsons in the media, and that was the breaking point for the star linebacker. And Parsons has since been at Cowboys training camp as part of his hold-in, but he has not taken part in practice. Instead, he's been watching from the sidelines in regular clothes. Now, another lie. A truth, but nevertheless a lie. Because the reality is, a part of Micah Parsons' hold-in is back tightness. Y'all remember that? Back tightness. So, it says on Thursday, Jones spoke to the media, and this is what they're talking about now, and was asked about Parsons' status for week one. He went on to say nothing is preventing the two sides from talking and that we might or might not talk. And it says fans were quick to head to the comment section to criticize Jones. Jerry is a cloud button, one fan said. It's not about football. It's about media attention. He's running a show, not a team. That man is a piece of work. And all these different comments that people are making about Jerry Jones. But 105.3 The Fan today said something. And let me pull this up real quick. 105.3 The Fan today, we're talking about this. And even though I didn't agree with everything that they were saying, because this one guy on there, he's trying to dig into Jerry's finances and saying that Jerry's finances has something to do with why he's not signing Micah Parsons. I'm not buying that. That is actually a bunch of baloney. But I do agree with something that he said because it's the same thing I've been saying. People don't have to agree. And I'm not a person that's going to get mad if people do not agree. But this thing with Micah Parsons, y'all, is different. This isn't the Dak thing. I'm telling us. This isn't the Dak thing. This isn't the CeeDee Lamb thing. No, this is the Micah Parsons thing. And there is something just crazy to me about this issue with Jerry Jones, with Jerry Jones and his whole issue of Micah Parsons' contract. This is different. Something's not quite right about this thing, because why is Jerry taking this so serious? Why is Jerry taking this so serious? And so I'm telling us, man, this thing with Jerry is different. Let me cue this up real quick. This thing with Jerry and Micah Parsons is different.
The afternoon than we had anticipated, and then gave up. I don't know if it matters where exactly on the field it is. Micah Parsons was asked, if he was going to talk today as he left the practice facility for the final time in Oxnard. Said nope, lips are sealed. Jerry Jones saying we got a game coming up and he is under contract. Where's this story go from here, guys? What's your gut's telling you?
I mean, right now, when we talked to Stephen Jones, it seemed like he was very okay with letting this thing ride, and then you possibly tag him. Jerry today with those comments did not sound like he was really pushing to get something done. So I don't know. I was pretty hopeful that this thing would get done here within the next 10 days or so he can start getting ready to play against the Eagles. I'm feeling very doubtful. I think we might be going into the season, and they're going to say, Micah, you're under contract. Your move.
I see. That's what I'm thinking is it's going to take Micah telling his agent, I'm just going to take what they're offering me. I want the long-term security now. But like the way Jerry answered this today was bizarre. He was asked, what's preventing the team from talking with Micah? Again, really nothing. And then Todd said, why don't you talk then? He said, nothing would be that. We might.
Now, this is the part right here. I took a note on this. When Jerry was asked that question, I think that people got to understand where Jerry is on this. And people don't want to give Jerry respect even when he's doing something right. I think Jerry doesn't want to disclose any details about about what's going on. And I think that's why he said what he said. I really think that's why he said what he said. I don't think it was a matter of Jerry talking crazy. If you watch what he said, it's different when people write something, and y'all notice how we looked at the interview. It's different when people write something, and then when you look at it and see a person's facial movements, their body language. When you can see all of that, you can see where, okay, this isn't what they're saying it is. It sounds to me that they keep trying to get Jerry to tell them something that Jerry isn't going to tell them. It's that simple to me. Jerry is not going to tell them stuff like when he plans on talking to Micah Parsons, if he's going to sign him before the season, why they're not talking. Jerry is not going to disclose that, because Jerry could disclose why they're not talking, and Jerry could open up the floodgates, and then it really becomes a war of words, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and then it could get super ugly. Why even do that? No, Jerry isn't confused on any of the things he's saying. I just think Jerry is basically saying, no, I'm not talking any details on Micah Parsons' contract. Micah, if he want to write a letter to y'all, write a 4-page letter like Aaliyah, he wants to write a letter to y'all, he can. But as far as I go, I'm not writing no 4-page letter. I'm not telling you the details of this, that, and the other. I really think it's that simple, because why in the world would you be telling people these details to these questions? Well, why haven't you talked to him? Why am I telling you that? Why would I tell you? Because I'm ticked off at David Mulugeta. Why would I tell you that? So then you're going to go and write, Jerry is not talking to Micah Parsons because he's ticked off at David Mulugeta. I just don't think people understand in this era of social media that you actually don't have to tell people everything. What are we doing? You actually don't have to tell people everything. You don't have to answer every question that people ask you. You don't have to give them the answer. It's crazy to me. Boy, we live in a crazy world today. And so I don't buy this part. You know, they try to make it sound like Jerry is crazy. No, I think Jerry knows. I think Jerry knows exactly where he is on this. And y'all already know. Dak Prescott played on 2 tags. Broke his ankle on one. Dak said, I'm betting on myself, man. I'm not caring. So I have a hard time believing that Micah Parsons will play or will go into the first game without a contract. I don't care if it's the morning of like Dak Prescott. I have a hard time believing that he is not going to be signed.
Might or might not talk. The rest of that gets into what we do every day. Yeah. It's just a nonsense sandwich there in his answer.
Yeah, because he doesn't want to tell you.
He's got no intent right now. I think this is personal, and I think this is different from all the other holdouts at this point, isn't it?
This is where I agree. This seems to be different. I told y'all this way before this. This seems to be different to me. This ain't those. Now, Jerry is taking this one personal. Jerry is taking this one personal because Jerry feels like we would have had this deal done had Micah went along with what we agreed upon originally, which I still contend, and we know they did, because even Jane Slater reported that her sources, and I guarantee you those sources are somebody close to Jerry Jones who knows the details. I guarantee you they talk numbers. I guarantee you they talk numbers. If they didn't talk numbers and other things like that, I'm telling you, Jerry wouldn't even be in this place.
Yeah, it is a little bit more personal because Jerry feels like they got the deal done back on the practice fields in the springtime, and then you also have Micah demanding a trade and saying, I don't want to be a down.
I'm sorry, 5 Points of the Star said Jerry gonna start fainting doing these interviews.
Dallas Cowboy anymore. Yeah. Now he's walking around. He needs to have his jersey on, and he's just halfway wearing it around his neck. Like it's definitely personal, and you could sense it when we were just around Jerry briefly at the party in Oxnard. Like he was not happy about any of this, and he felt like he was going to be indignant about the fact that no, we had a deal, and now I don't even know if I want to go back to the original deal.
Well, the latest valuation deal is out from Sportico. Put your Cowboys at $12.8 million. Last year, they were the first team to cross 10 bill. It jumps 28% a year, or I guess it has over the last year, at least by Sportico's estimation. It's probably worth significantly more than that. The average NFL team is worth $7 billion, up 20% from a year ago. The 32 franchises are collectively worth $228 billion, including team-related businesses and real estate. You know, this one is just fascinating to me, that the business side of it, and then, you know, what Brian said yesterday on the show. You know, as far as where the Cowboys' cash flow is, right? They have all this money inside the value of the team, but you know, what is their cash flow looking like? So, I was looking for, some more information on this. And then I remember back in January, he said, if you really knew my score sheet, you'd see I've taken more risk in the last 5 years than all my life put together. And we said, what could he possibly mean by that? But it's a business angle, right?
And this part of here, I listened to it, and I'm like, I'm not even going in these places. This guy knows nothing about Jerry Jones' pockets, and he's trying to explain that because of the cash flow and all of this stuff and the big contracts, and eventually these teams are going to run out of money to pay these contracts and stuff like that. I don't know. That's too far fetched and too far away for me. But I do think this thing with Micah Parsons and Jerry is a different animal than the thing with Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb. I just think it's a different animal. And if we think about CeeDee Lamb, if I'm not mistaken, it was right about this time last year when they got back to Dallas. That's when when CeeDee Lamb's contract got done, somewhere around this. But I'm just telling you, this thing with Jerry Jones and Micah, I don't know what it is. I really don't know what it is. It seems to be very personal, though. I can just tell you, it just seems to be very, very personal. Yeah, the Newhouse fam, you know what? This is what they negotiated during the collective bargaining agreement. And so at this point, there's really nothing that Micah Parsons can do. He has to play. And he's not going to be able to use the excuse that he's hurt not to play. No, he's going to have to play. There's no way that he cannot play. And I don't know. I just don't think the Cowboys are going to do it. We'll see what happens. I just don't think they're going to do it. I can't see Jerry Jones making Michael Parsons play without a contract. I just can't see it. I'm struggling with it. I can't see it. I can't see it. Dominique said, I keep telling y'all this man is Dracula. He's going to outlive us all. Boy. Oh, boy. Let me tell you something, Dominique. Let me tell you something. Jerry has already let us in on a clue. Jerry is into experimental things on health and stuff like that. Shoot. I watched this show on Hulu called Alien Earth this past week, the new series Alien Earth on Hulu. And one of the things they did on Hulu one of the things they did on Alien Earth was this time, rather than have just the android things, man, they put people's conscience inside of a synthetic human being. Keep on playing with Jerry Jones' shoe. You ain't lying, Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones have his conscience put inside of a synthetic shoe. Jerry Jones be walking around here longer than all of us because he got that money. Yeah, Forever DC, he said Jerry Jones is old school, and I think he thought he and Micah had a deal, and he is hurt because that they didn't. I agree with you. I'm telling you, I agree with you. So let him buy out his contract, tag him twice. Let him buy out his contract, tag him twice, pay him a lot less than the quarterback money he wants. Man, I'm telling you, I agree with you. I don't think this is the same thing it was with these other players, man. This dude, Jerry, has taken this. He has taken this personal, man. This dude, Dominique. He said Jerry is older than Wolverine. Boy, I'm done. Boy, I'm telling you though, I have a hard time believing that Jerry's gonna do it. I think Jerry is going to get it to the brink. I just don't think Jerry's gonna do it. But y'all remember I told y'all, I said this weeks ago. I said at some point, somebody's gonna have to stand up to these agents. Because if these teams don't start standing up to these agents are just going to start walking into these offices and saying, this is what we want, pay us. And you either going, Like there's no other choice. You think about what the second round picks were fighting for this year. The second round picks were fighting for, if I'm not mistaken, they were fighting for the third year to be guaranteed. And in the grand scheme of things, when you're talking about the second round picks, the money decreases exponentially. I mean, it just dips once you get to the second round. And so you're only talking about a guaranteed $11 million. But shoot, boy, they went in there and said, no, we want the third year. And all it takes is for one team to cave in. I don't think Dak Prescott gets the deal he got unless Deshaun Watson gets the deal that he got. I don't think Josh Allen gets his deal without the Deshaun Watson deal. I don't think any of these quarterbacks are getting these humongous deals unless Deshaun Watson gets that deal. I mean, they broke the market, man. They didn't set the market. They broke the market with this. They broke it. Family Fun, what's going on? He said Mike only has one sack over the last 4 years of playoffs. Tired of Michael's selfishness. He's under contract. He's real petty. The Cowboys will still be the Dallas Cowboys long after Michael. Yeah. I'm telling you, man, this is crazy. I'm struggling. I just don't think Jerry's going to do it. I don't think Jerry's going to do it. I just don't. I don't think he's going to do it. I don't. I think Jerry's going to wait to the last minute, but I don't think he's going to do it. I don't. Energy plug. They get mad at me when I say it. He said, if Jerry won 3 Super Bowls by doing what he does, why does the world seem to think he doesn't know what he's doing as an owner or GM? Shaking my head. Man, I'm telling you, Darren Woodson said this a while back. Darren Woodson said Jerry know how to win. That's what he said. Alex 4099, what's going on? Appreciate that super chat. Man, appreciate that encouragement, man. Alex said, glad on how much your channel has grown, G. Best Cowboys channel. Okay, let me put that back up there. Appreciate Alex for the encouragement. He said, best Cowboys channel on YouTube. Appreciate the work. DC for real also. He said, I'm worried about our cornerback position. I don't see Booth out there. We have to figure out this situation out ASAP. We will after this week. Again, I appreciate you, man. Appreciate that super chat. Alex. The Cowboys are going to go into overdrive, I believe, after this week. The Baltimore Ravens game, I believe, is the game the Cowboys go into. They're going to say, I believe, after this game, okay, we're going to have to bring in somebody. I just can't see the Cowboys. I'm going to tell you, there are 2 things I can't see the Cowboys doing, and there's one thing that I can see the Cowboys doing. Daniel Lim, close your ears what I'm about to say. I can't see the Cowboys not signing Micah Parsons before the season starts. I'm struggling with that. I think Jerry's going to push this down to the wire, but I don't think it's going to happen. Jerry, at the end of the day, I believe he likes Micah Parsons. Second thing, I don't think that's going to happen. I do believe the Cowboys will go get a cornerback. I do believe they will go get a cornerback. Because they need a cornerback. They got help coming, but no, they need a cornerback. So I believe after this Baltimore Ravens game, I believe the Cowboys go get a cornerback because you're going to start seeing the rosters get reduced as we get closer to the season. I think the Cowboys are going to make at least a couple of moves. And I got a list of defensive tackles that I want to talk about somewhere in here. But I do think the Cowboys are going to make a move. I can't see them not doing it. But there is one move that the Cowboys may surprise us with that they won't make. I will not be surprised if the Cowboys don't get a one-tech. I will not be surprised on that one. I will not be surprised if the Cowboys don't get a one-tech. I'm hoping they do, but it won't surprise me if they don't. It won't surprise me if they don't. Matt Eberflus's defense is predicated on the 3-tech. It's also predicated upon linebacker play. East to west linebacker play, north to south with linebacker play. So the Cowboys may feel like that. What if they feel like, Daniel M., you tell me what you think. What if the Cowboys feel like that, okay, between Mozzie, Jay Toya, people saying Jay Toya is doing good. What if between Jay Toya, King Wasadi, what if they feel like that with the linebackers that they have, what if they feel like that we can, with our aggressive get to the ball defense and with our offense being able to put up points, and we're going to be able to have teams in a situation to where maybe we can get 10-point leads, 14-point leads, that we can put those teams in situations to where we force them into throwing the ball. Maybe the Cowboys think they can roll with it. I'm telling you, I know we need a one tech now. Because after they said what they said about Mozzie, the moment this dude said that Mozzie was going to be in a 3-tech/1 tech, I said, oh no. Tell me it ain't so. Tell me this is not what we're doing. But I think the Cowboys may think that Jay Toya, hey, rookie, step right in and play. It is not beneath the Cowboys to do this. The Cowboys don't mind putting people just right out there and letting them play. They just don't mind it. Man, I'm telling you, this thing with Jay Toy, this thing with the one tech, I truly believe the Cowboys are two extra players away from having a championship level defense. I really think they're at that point. I think when you look at everything they have, the edge rushers / the defensive end combinations they have, when I look at Perion Winfrey, Solomon Thomas, Oso Digizua at the 3-tech position, when I look at that, I'm like, that is wow. That is a great rotation. The 1-tech position is where I'm worried. And if the Cowboys were to get that, I'm telling you, I believe that this defense with just Stephon Gilmore, just come in until we get Trayvon Diggs and Savon Revel Jr. up and going, and we're still not going to take you out of the lineup. We're going to still have you in some kind of fresh rotation in the lineup. The Cowboys are about 2 moves away from having a very, 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 very good defense. But I'm telling you, I would not be surprised if the Cowboys on that 1-tech thing might be the one thing they don't do. But I still got my fingers crossed, and I'm praying that after this game and as teams start to make their cuts, that there will be a 1-tech shakedown. Let me see. When are the NFL cut dates? Let's see. NFL cut dates. So, just to show you how fast this is going to move, it is August the 14th. And this is why I was saying the other day when Brian Schottenheimer was saying we got plenty of time for this and plenty of time for that. No, we don't. I'm going to come to the Super Chats here in just a second. We don't have that kind of time, guys. Do y'all realize that according to what I'm looking at here, by August the 26th, every team has to be at a 53-man roster? We're talking 12 days. We're talking 12 days for teams to get down to 53-man rosters from 90-man rosters to 53-man rosters. There will be cuts this week. So hopefully there'll be some 1-techs cut this week. Maybe there'll even be a cornerback or two, and we can see what happens. But I'm telling you, I seriously say the Cowboys need a 1-tech, because I think they are about 2 players away from having a championship level defense. There's no doubt in my mind. And I believe if they get Eberflus what he needs, I believe Eberflus is going to produce. I believe Eberflus is going to produce. Bruce 3613, appreciate that super chat. I said it too, Bruce. I've asked people what's his signature game? What's the signature game? Big game that he took over and you were like, Bruce 3613, he said, remember that big game Micah took over like Lawrence Taylor or Charles Haley? He said, me neither. Appreciate that super chat. Dominique Pittman, he said they need to want to he said they need to, boy, you saying a mouthful, Dominique. They want to be right about Mozzie. They want to be right. Man, I heard something crazy today. I heard that Jerry Jones is working on an extension for Mozzie. That's what I heard. Jerry obviously, and I think Jerry obviously likes Mozzie Smith because I think against Dan Quinn's wishes, and Mike McCarthy wishes, they got Mozzie Smith. And Dominique, I think you're exactly right. They have got to be right about him. That's why they keep doing what they're doing. And again, Akoya Media, I think he put out a great video talking about it wasn't all Mozzie's fault and how Mozzie is not as bad as people think, which I trust his, a lot of people talks about his film work. So, it must be good. I don't have any reason to distrust what he said. But where I push, and it's not even a pushback, I think two things can be true. Mozzie is not the sole reason, or he's not as bad as people say he is, but Mozzie himself has owned that he didn't do, or he has not put out what he wanted to put out, in particular this season. Now, where I have some sympathy for Mozzie is the fact that Mozzie is now under his third system. The first system, obviously, Dan Quinn didn't want him, tried to shape him into what he wanted him to be. He made him go out there and lose weight. And then we get him up under Zimmer. He gets his weight back. He looked way better under Zimmer. He looked way, way, way better under Zimmer. And I was actually thinking that if Zimmer would have got another season, Mozzie probably would have broke out this season. But what do? Now they bring in Matt Eberflus, who has a similar philosophy to Dan Quinn about these defensive tackles getting up, shooting up the field. Mozzie Smith, back on this keto, I guess that's what they're saying, got on this keto diet, lost weight. And so now we got Mozzie back to square one where he was with Dan Quinn. And so Mozzie just can't handle the bigger, stronger guards in this league. He can't handle them. I think he can't handle them because of the system. This system isn't three different defense coordinators, 3 different weights, 3 different systems. It's a setback for Mozzie. I just don't know in this Eberflus system at the 1-tech position. Now, in that 3-tech position, Mozzie may do fine. But in that 1-tech, you got to get somebody that's immovable. Forever DC. It's not just the problem that we're playing filthy. The problem is when you look at the Cowboys games and when you look at their schedule as a whole. The problem is this. When you look at this Cowboys schedule as a whole, we looked at it the other day, but when you look at it as a whole, the problem is these doggone teams that we're going to be playing, the teams that really that can play, the Eagles can run the ball. The Bears are going to be running the ball. The Packers are going to run the ball. The Jets are going to run the ball. better not lose to the Panthers. They'll try to run the ball. The Commanders are going to try to run the ball, but the Broncos can run the ball. The Cardinals can run the ball somewhat. The Raiders, we don't even need to talk about it. They got the Eagles again. The Chiefs can run the ball. They're going to rely on they're going to rely on the run game even more. The Lions can run the ball. The Vikings, I'm sure, can run the ball some. The Chargers can run the ball. When you look at all the running teams we're going to play, we better get a one tech. Because what are you looking at? Let's just throw the Commanders out for the sake of argument, because I think the Cowboys have their number. So you got, and I'm not sure about the Vikings. Y'all correct me on it, but I'm not even going to include them. Let's just include who I know that can run. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 of the 16 opponents can run the ball. 11 of the 16 opponents can run the ball. Boy, they got to get it. They got to really get this thing figured out in a hurry. Because that's why I was saying the other day, lost in translation, what's going on? Lost in translation. Lost in translation said, Mozzie, I'll beat up. Boy, he said, Stephen White, he said Micah crossed the line, he spazzed out. I don't think he ever should have said he didn't want to play for the team. Katharina Kidd said Mozzie needs to go. Brian, I'm going to let you hear Brian Broaddus in a moment, because Brian Broaddus said something very interesting about Mozzie, and I'm going to let you hear him say it so you don't hear it from me. But he said something I think is very funny. Lost in translation, I feel like he been holding out on the snack. Feel like they've been holding out on the snacks with Mozzie. Let the man eat what he wants so he's happy. Man, let me tell you something. Bro, he a one tick. Man, let that man eat long as he in shape. Man, let that man eat, man. Shoot, let Mozzie hit 340, 350. Shoot, let him hit it. Ryan R in the house, what's going on? He said, Micah does not define the Cowboys, no defense. Daniel we will survive without his 1 second in the playoffs. Booby D, what's going on? You got my back tonight, boy. What's going on with you? Good to see you. The Big Rabowski, he said, there is only one cut date now. Gee, right after that, the last preseason game. That's why when Brian, because Brian is saying stuff to the people like, yeah, we don't have to do it now. You're right, you don't have to do it now, but you have to do it in the next week. You're going to literally have to do it in the next 2 weeks because, man, it is August the 15th. We're literally 11 days away from that cutoff date. We're 11 days away. So, man, I think we're going to bring in a cornerback. Boy, I just wouldn't be surprised if they didn't bring in a one tick. I wouldn't be surprised. Here's your plug said, gee, Mozzie did good. If you look at the Philly game, he was everywhere and they always ran away from him. Yeah. Again, I haven't watched it yet, but I'm gonna have to go back and watch it. Koye broke down some film, but the Cowboys, to me, I just think they need to get a one tech because I think the Cowboys are really two. I just really think the Cowboys are about two players away from really being a championship level defense and really having this defense extremely talented. Jeanette Rogers, good to see you tonight. What's going on? I'm telling you, I just really think that they are about a couple of moves away, man. Cowboys can have a championship level defense and just be eating on some folk, man. Lost in translation said, let this man, he needs his Kool-Aid and funny and his Sunny Deep, man. Let this man eat. Let him eat. Lisa Worley in the crib. What's going on? Good to see you tonight. I'm just saying. I got a hard. I just can't see the Cowboys not bringing in additional help because I think that Stephen Jones knows they need this help. Lisa Worley, I'm with you. She said, hit that like button. I appreciate you, Lisa Worley. I think, Jerry, I think Stephen Jones knows they need this help. And I really think he's going to be talking. I think he's really going to be talking to his dad about this. I really do. Man, Mozzie t-shirts go on sale next week. Wait for the info. Okay. I'm telling us. Energy said Mozzie gonna show out this year. I don't think people watch much film. People run away from Mozzie, not at him. Okay. Well, it sounds like to me, Energy Plug, the Cowboys been watching film on him too. Because from what I've seen, it don't like to me they're thinking about getting rid of Mozzie. No, they want to be right about Mozzie. Boy, Richard said, gee, I don't know. He said, I think all these teams are going to be running on us. Just like last season, unless we stop it. Woo, I'm telling you this, we're going to be running up against some teams that can run. Let's run over here real quick. Emmitt Smith got a few people ticked off. Emmitt Smith has a few people ticked off, at least that's what I've been told. Emmitt Smith has a few people ticked off because they said he's defending Jerry. And again, you know, people are strange because some of the stuff that I say about Jerry, people don't listen to what I'm saying. They only hear the part they want to hear. Man, Jerry has made a ton of mistakes over the last 30 years with the Cowboys. And even with the ego that Jimmy had, I still think it was a huge mistake to let go of Jimmy. I think it was a huge mistake. And I bet you Jerry looks back sometimes and realizes that was a huge mistake. Jerry has made some bad mistakes. And that is one of the reasons why this team has underachieved at times. But I'm going to take us back down. I'm going to take us on a walk down memory lane because there were other times that Jerry may have done the right thing, but it wasn't because of something that Jerry did that we didn't make it. It was just bad fate. It was just bad fate a couple of those times to where when you thought we were going to make it, everybody expected us to make it. And we felt like that Jerry did some good things, and we didn't make it. All right, let's check this thing out with Emmitt Smith. I meant to show this the other day and I didn't, but I want y'all to hear Emmitt Smith talking about Jerry. Boy, he got people hot. Says, this is written over here on Athlon Sports. Let's see. I want to give credit for the article written by Tim Ham. Cowboys legend Emmitt Smith reveals take on Jerry Jones' role in postseason failures. And I'm going to tell you why I think Emmitt is saying this again. It says, former Dallas Cowboys running back Emmitt Smith says he knows a little something about winning Super Bowls. Says Smith was an integral part of winning 3 en route to become the NFL's all-time career rushing leader. Says he also had a big part in the Netflix docu-series that will soon be released, which discusses Jerry Jones' purchase of the Dallas Cowboys in 1989, as well as the team's run of 3 Super Bowls in 4 seasons not long after. It says the 8-part series titled America's Team, The Gamblers Cowboys, will premiere August 19th. It says during a sneak peek, the media got to interact with some of the old Cowboy legends, including Smith, who was on hand. I don't remember seeing Troy Aikman. It says when asked about Jerry Jones' role in the Cowboys Super Bowl drought that has now reached 30 years, Smith was blunt but obvious. Let's watch this video.
Well, Jerry never caught a pass. Okay. He never ran a ball, right, and he damn sure didn't throw one. Right. So at some point, players got to take on ownership of what they've been trained and what they've been taught to do. We had to do it ourselves. We went back-to-back Super Bowls, and then we lost our leader. And we was in disarray for a year. But as a player and as the leadership of that ball club and that ball team, we took it upon ourselves to say, this is what we're going to do. We don't care who's at the helm. Our systems are still the same. Our processes are still the same. We know how to work. We've been trained how to work. We were built from the ground up. So that foundation never left. So therefore, we was able to go back and win our third. So at some point, you as a player have to take on ownership and be developed into the leaders that you need to develop. And it's not all about you all the time. It's about bringing others with you because you can't win by yourself.
I'm going to tell y'all something that I've gleaned from Emmitt Smith and Michael Irvin. I'm going to tell you something that I've gleaned from their conversations recently. They don't like the fact that people say that the reason why they won those Super Bowls, they don't like the fact that people say they had a super team. They don't. Have y'all not noticed this? They don't like when people say they had a super team. They don't. They are saying, while y'all are saying it's because of a super team, it wasn't just because of a super team. They're saying it's because we were a super team together. They're saying it wasn't just the talent. You know what? Talent is extra. It is what's in between the ears. But talent does matter too. Talent matters. And when you got all that talent with the right mentality and the right coaches, no, there's a lot of moving parts inside of there. But I'm telling you, they do not like when you start saying that it was because they had a super team. Because I wanted to revisit this the other day because Michael Irvin said, and let me make sure if I'm right. He knows better than I do, so don't let me start trying to wheel and deal. He said they had the same offensive line the year before, and it wasn't until Emmitt got there that they really started taking off. So he's saying that it wasn't just because they had a great line that they won. Now, this is where I was pushing back a little bit. So Emmitt came to the Cowboys in 1990. Let's look this up real quick. Okay, okay, let me see. Let's pull it up. Cowboys record. The 5 years that Jimmy was there. Jimmy came in what, 89? Jerry bought the team in 89. Maybe Jimmy came in, let me see. Maybe Jimmy came in 88. Let's see. This is where I was kind of pushing back and not pushing back on Michael Irvin in a bad way, but just kind of reminding us of some things. Okay, so I think Jimmy came in 88, I believe. Yeah, Jimmy Johnson was hired to the Cowboys in 1988, I believe it was. So when you look at 1988, I'm going to tell you what Emmitt is talking about here. So Jimmy came in 1988. They went 3-13. They went 1-15 in 1989. They drafted Emmitt Smith in 1990. 91, that was the 11-5 season. That was also the season that Troy Aikman got hurt. And the backup quarterback, I keep forgetting his name, was it Steve Berline, came in, took the Cowboys to the playoffs. They went 11-5. It was in 92. They went 13-3. They won their first Super Bowl. Then in 1990, it was in 92, they won their first Super Bowl. The 93 season, they won their second Super Bowl. But I want to push back a little bit because Mike had said that when Emmitt got there, it was the same line and it didn't take off. They didn't take off until Emmitt got there. Now, I wanted to go back because the Cowboys were doing some other things But I guess Mike is overall right, because Russell Maryland did come to the team, but he's a defensive tackle. That kind of changed the way they did some things. But also, if I'm not mistaken, Alvin Harper, similar to how George Pickens comes in, Alvin Harper helped change life for the Cowboys too, because they finally had that second wide receiver. That they needed. And so once that stuff started happening, man, 92, Troy came in. Troy was healthy for the most part, and they took off. But I'm noticing something. So Mike is right that line was pretty much the same. But what Mike and Emmett, I noticed they keep pushing back on, is that they keep saying that it wasn't just the fact that they had this super team. They're saying it was the fact they were a super team, as in their camaraderie. And they're basically saying, it's not that we're not saying that we were not talented, but they're saying that the talent wasn't everything. And I think this is why Emmett is saying what he's saying about the Cowboys, is that at some point you have enough talent to where the players have got to come together. They have to galvanize and come together and say, we're going to win the championship. Now, I can get with what Emmett is saying. But of course, I do think that's easier said than done, especially when you just have teams out there that are just more talented than you. There are teams that are literally just more talented than there have been teams out there over the last few years, especially when you look at the Super Bowl winning teams, they've just been more talented than the Cowboys. Just period in the story. Because your heart can really only take you so far. You at least got to have the ability to be able to do something, to have the heart to be able to overcome that last hump. But if people are just all the way across the board more talented than you, they're beating you. Because in 1994, the one thing that we do know that happened is when the Cowboys got beat, the one thing that we know that happened that Jerry Jones did, he went and got Deion Sanders. Deion Sanders, for that 1 year, he kind of put them back where they needed to be. But after that, a lot of people don't realize, man, shoot, boy, we rolled them 3 Super Bowls. Man, we rolled them 3 Super Bowls, and we were pretty much happy. And, you know, the team declined, and that was that. We went into the 30-year drought. Alex said, I'm sorry, G, but I don't feel good about Mozzie. I think he's another bust. I understand your point, but his performance should be a lot better. He was getting smoked against the Rams. Yeah. Again, Alex, you can't argue with Mozzie. He said himself he wasn't putting nothing out there. He said it himself. Said he wasn't putting anything out there. And I don't think the system is made for him. I don't think the system is made for him. I don't think this is the system for Mozzie. I know people may not discuss that part. I don't think this is the system for him. And because it's not the system for him, he's not going to look good in this system. Didn't look good under Dan Quinn, looked good under Zimmer, and is now, at least in one preseason game, is not, even in training camp, in preseason, he's not looking good under Eberflus. Why? Because Dan Quinn and Eberflus have a similar style. They have a similar style to me. And he's not looking good in it. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But I'm going to tell you, Brian Broaddus said some things about him. And, you know, people are trying to push back on Brian Broaddus about what he said. But, hey, I got to go with him. I can see what he's saying, too. Country Boy 21 said you can't be a championship defense if people can't stay on the field. That part, too. Best ability is availability. Shoot, lost the translation. They got this man very weight conscious. I understand exactly what you're saying. They have him very weight conscious. Lost the translation said they got him walking around the locker room asking does his jersey make him look fat. They got him weight conscious. They do. But I want to show us something too. on this whole issue, I was talking to somebody on X the other day because going along the lines of where Emmett is talking about Jerry Jones, and there are people who are always saying that Jerry don't care about winning. And I say, no, I disagree with that. Jerry does care about winning. The problem with Jerry Jones is Jerry wants to win his way. And someone says, well, that means he doesn't care about winning. No, that doesn't mean he doesn't care about winning. Those are two different things. Jerry cares about winning, but he wants to do it his way. And Energy Plug said it earlier. And the reason why Jerry wants to do it his way is because Jerry feels like he did it his way from 1988 to 1993. Jerry said, I did it my way then, and I want to do it my way again. Jerry gets the opportunity. Let me paint a different picture for you about a GM. How many GMs do you think wish that they could get the opportunity to fall into a hole, no matter how deep that hole is? How many GMs do you think wish they could fall into that deep hole and think that they can actually dig themselves out if somebody gave them the opportunity? How many GMs do you think wish they had that? Because there are some people who say, yeah, man, if it was me. I was talking to a guy the other day. Yeah, man, if it was me, though, and it was my team and I was the GM, and if I was losing, I wouldn't keep being the GM. I would just fire I would fire myself as the GM, and I would hire me a GM to do the job. That is so easier said than done. I mean, I just got to be honest with you. I got to keep it a bean. Why would I fire myself? If I've already won 3 Super Bowls, in my mind, I can get back there. I can get back there if I just once and for all say, I'm going to get back there. I'm going to do everything I need to do to get there. And I say, I'm going to bring in a coach that I feel that is similar to Jimmy Johnson. I bring in Brian Schottenheimer. I'm going to hire him a great coaching staff. I already got a quarterback. I already got a top 5, top 10 quarterback. I already got a quarterback that's good enough to win. I've already got the top three receiver in the league. I put him at number 1 now. But let's just say I got a top 3 wide receiver. I got an edge rusher like Micah Parsons. I got pieces. Also Diggy Zua, Deron Bland. I mean, I got pieces everywhere. Ty Smith, guys I have to sign, but I got pieces. I believe I can dig myself out of this hole. I'm sure there have been years where Jerry thought he was digging himself out of that hole. And that's why I disagree with people. I can agree with people when you tell me that Jerry did things wrong, and that's why they didn't win. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, he did some things wrong. But there are other years that even we, and I say we, even we as Cowboys Nation, we expected the Cowboys to win. There were years that we expected them to do that. Y'all do know that, right? I know why Emmett is defending Jerry to a degree. Because I believe that Emmett feels like that there have been years that the Cowboys could have did it, and they didn't do it. And I'm going to tell you something about football, and y'all know this. The reality of this game is that you get to compete every single year. But you consider yourself blessed if you get to the final 2. If you get to the final 2, Consider yourself blessed if you get that opportunity once every 7 years. Consider yourself blessed. To get there once every 7 years, you're seriously competing. You may get there once every 5 years. That's still only twice every 10 years. And if you put that into 30 years, you're only competing for that Super Bowl 6 times in 30 years. I mean, I'd have to go back and look and do the math on it. But I want you to think about, there are not many teams that have been in the literal AFC Championship game or the NFC Championship game 6 times in 30 years. I'm telling you, it is hard to make it to the Final Four and make it to the Final Two. It's hard. Our problem is we're one of only 2 teams, if I'm not mistaken, that in 30 years we have not made it to the NFC Championship game. If I'm not mistaken, we're only one of 2 teams that have not made it to that actual championship game. But at the same time, understand this. Teams don't live in that NFC and AFC championship game. They don't. There are teams that we think that are very good, and they get there one time in 15 years. They never get back. They're competitive all the other years. They never get back. They never get back. And I want to take us down memory lane for a moment. Because there are 4 times. There are 4 times since 1995. There are 4 times that I believe the Cowboys, including the fans, thought the Cowboys were going to the Super Bowl. They thought they were going to the Super Bowl. I want to pull up this year right here. The first year I want to pull up that I believe that we all thought that the drought was over. We thought the drought was over in 2007. Anybody remember what happened to the Cowboys in 2007? If I'm not mistaken, that year, and maybe, this was the year. This was the year. Anybody remember this year? Who didn't think we were going to the Super Bowl that year? Who didn't think we were going to the Super Bowl that season? That was 2007. I don't know how young some of y'all are. Some of y'all might not even been around long enough to even think like that back then. I'm with you, Ryan. I miss them old leaders too. It's a different breed out there now, man. Who's old enough to remember 2007? I can remember that season like yesterday. That was the year. All right, Poopa D, I appreciate you. That was the year the Dallas Cowboys got the number 1 seed. The Cowboys were the number 1 seed. And not only were they the number 1 seed, we had Terrell Owens. Boy, you couldn't tell us nothing. We had Terrell Owens and Jason Witten is here at the time. And we just know that we're literally going to go to the Super Bowl. And we ran into the first team. And strange enough, we're at home. We got the bye week, if I'm not mistaken. We were the number 1 seed. Good night, Steve. And we clearly knew we beating the Giants. Anybody see that score down there? The reason why we got to the divisional round is because we got a bye week. We got beat by the New York Giants. And when I tell you the New York Giants, they crawled into the playoffs. They crawled. If I'm not mistaken, it was the second to the last game that the New York Giants won to get into the playoffs. And boy, they were riding some momentum and anything. They were riding hard, man. I'm telling you. But the thing that people didn't realize is that the New York Giants had an absolute insane pass rush. For whatever reason, they were 9-7, but they had a hellacious pass rush. And they wound up going to the Super Bowl and beating the New York Giants. Beating the New England Patriots. One of the 2 times they beat them. And they are classified as one of the worst teams to ever go to the Super Bowl. That team right there. Do y'all realize that Jerry actually thought that everybody thought we were going to the Super Bowl? Do y'all realize everybody thought we were going to the Super Bowl? Let me give you a little bit of the rundown of the roster. And people say that Jerry don't do everything right. He don't. But I'm telling you, Jerry has wanted to win in the last 30 years. There have been some circumstances to where you're just like, there's no way we lost that game. But we did. We did. We had Terrell Owens as the wide receiver, Marion the Beast Barber as a running back, Jason Witten, a tight end, Julius Jones, some of y'all don't remember him, he was good, Patrick Creighton, one of our wide receivers, Sam Hurd, and I do think we still missed something at that spot, but we also had Miles Austin. Man, let me tell you, boy, that was about 2 or 3 seasons. Boy, that boy Miles Austin was unstoppable. But when you look at this team that we had, Jerry put this team together, and we thought we were winning the Super Bowl. And if I'm not mistaken, this is the infamous season when Tony Romo, and hold on, let's look at their defense. They had Flozell Adams, Chris Canty, Mark Colombo, Ken Hamlin, Brady James, Julius Jones, that's the running back, I'm sorry. They had Kyle Kozer. Marcus Spears, DeMarcus Ware. The Cowboys had a squad, man. The Cowboys, Jay Ratliff, nose tackle, Jaquez Reeves, cornerback. Y'all might not remember. Roy Williams was a beast. Terrence Newman was a beast of a cornerback. They had Greg Ellis, Anthony Henry, Spencer. I'm telling y'all, the Cowboys had a heck of a roster, man. They had a heck of a roster in 2007. And everybody thought we were going to the Super Bowl. Man, we were 13-3. Terrell Owens on our team. This is what Emmett is talking about. There is nothing that I can remember. There is nothing that Jerry Jones did that made the Cowboys lose that game in 2007, other than, I guess, allowing the team, and I would say that should have been Wade Phillips all on this. You don't let Tony Romo and Jason Witten go to Cabo St. Lucas or wherever they went. Even Jerry should have objected. I guess if we could say anything about it, it was that. But We lost that game. We actually lost that game. And there's nothing that Jerry did on that one. We just didn't win. That's what Emmitt Smith is talking about. Emmitt is saying that there have been games where there have been years where the Cowboys were the favorite to get to a Super Bowl. And he gave us the players, gave them the players. They didn't do it. That's what Emmitt is talking about. See, sometimes people don't understand. We have had opportunities. And if you get just 4 opportunities in 30 years, well, you got to take advantage of them. There are teams that don't win Super Bowls for 30 years. There are teams that don't win Super Bowl for 15 years. If you get an opportunity to be the number 1 seed, then you need to finish that race and get your butt in that Super Bowl. Because to be the number 1 seed, it is insane to me. And I can remember when they were talking about this game we lost to the Giants, because people were saying it is hard to beat a team 3 times. A lot of people were saying it's hard to beat a team 3 times. I remember people were saying that season. And when you look at the Cowboys had played the Giants in week 1, played them again in week 10, barely beat them by 1 point in week 10. It was already a hard-fought battle that time. We turned right back around. And we turned right back around and we got beat by them on the third go-round. I remember people talking about how hard it is to win, how hard it was to win that third game. We also had in that last 3 weeks, it looks like we lost 2 of our last 3 games. We didn't go into the playoffs with the momentum, because I think it was the Washington game. We might have already had everything wrapped up by even the Washington game, if I'm not mistaken. I'd have to go back and check that. But you can see we're 13-2. We probably should have went 14-2 and just came out and put the hammer on Washington. But for whatever reason, they beat us 27-6. And we had ran through Washington. Well, we had beat Washington earlier, 28-23. They wound up beating us 27-6, but it was the last game. I can't remember, but I'm thinking the Cowboys were already it's obvious they already had it wrapped up because they lost. So they already had it wrapped up. But the Giants went into their last game, and I think they had clinched the playoffs. But whatever the case was, they played that last game like their life depended on it. And they rode it into the playoffs as a wild card team, went to the Super Bowl and beat the New England Patriots. Meanwhile, this was a season that everybody thought we were going to win. What stopped us? What stopped us? I'm telling us, there have been years, man, we've had a chance. We've had a chance, and we just didn't take advantage of it. We just didn't take advantage of it. This is what Emmitt is talking about. Emmitt is talking about a season like this, 2007. People say Jerry don't want to win. I don't agree with that. I think Jerry wants to win his way. That's where I am. No, Jerry wants to win his way. That's a problem that Jerry has. But again, because Jerry feels like he's wanted his way three times in the 90s, he feels like, well, I can do it again. But again, it was 2007. Everybody thought. And I'm just giving you from my recollection of the years that people thought that the Cowboys were going to go to a Super Bowl. And it's been in these eras of some of what we would call the better coaches. You think about another year. I was thinking about this just from my own memory, and maybe y'all can think of some other years to give me some ammunition, or maybe there's some things in these years where you say, no, there was something else going on there. But let me show you something else. There was another year. There was another year in the last 30 years that everybody thought we were going to the Super Bowl. Let me pull it up. And man, who can forget this year right here? Who can forget this year right here? We knew we were on a Super Bowl run. We knew we were on a Super Bowl run. And it was none other than 2014. Who remembers this heartbreaking year? Heartbreaking year. I'm telling us, I'm just bringing back to people's recollection. I understand stuff that we're saying about Jerry. Jerry has done some stupid things over the years. But Jerry has also done some good things over these years. And Jerry has wanted to win. The things he's done have shown he's wanted to win through the years. Didn't win. Just didn't win. Who knew the New York Giants were going to go on a run and beat us in 2007? Well, guess what happened in 2014? We were on a Super Bowl run. We beat the Detroit Lions in a controversial 24-20 win, but we beat the Detroit Lions. We came up against the Green Bay Packers in Green Bay. Aaron Rodgers was hobbling on some kind of calf injury. Aaron Rodgers was hobbling around out there, and I don't know what the deal was, but he was killing Man, Aaron Rodgers was killing Rod Marinelli's defense. We couldn't stop him. We couldn't stop Aaron Rodgers. Rod Marinelli could do nothing with him. Nothing. This man on a hobbled leg beat us 21-26. But do y'all also remember what happened that season? In that Green Bay game in particular? The infamous catch by Dez Bryant. Only for it to be revealed later that it was a catch, which we all knew it was a catch. What did Jerry do that year? What did Jerry do that year? And I don't even know if the players necessarily did anything wrong. Sometimes it's not the fact that people are doing things wrong. You just run up against a better team sometimes. And for whatever reason, that season, they were a better team. Look at the squad we had. DeMarco Murray, 392 attempts, 1,845 yards and 13 touchdowns. This dude killed it in 2014. Killed it in 2014. We had Dez Bryant, Jason Witten. Terrence Williams wasn't bad. He wasn't. I don't think he was the equal of CD and Pickens, but he wasn't bad. Cole Beasley was pretty good. We had Cole Beasley. Our running backs, of course, you already know, we had the infamous DeMarco Murray. We didn't have to worry about it, even though DeMarco Murray had a very crucial fumble in that game that stopped, I believe, that stopped the drive that would have put the Cowboys, if I'm not mistaken, would have put us in double digit. We would have had a double digit lead, and he made a very, very vital mistake on that. But when you look at what we were working with that team, Jerry had put together a pretty good team. A pretty good team. We had Brandon Carr, the cornerback. We had Barry Church at safety. Hayden, Mincy. We had Tyrone Crawford out there. Orlando Scandrick was good for a few years. We had George Selvey. I mean, Rolando McClain, I mean, he had spurts to where he was really good. Bruce Carter. I mean, I'm just telling us, the Cowboys were not bad. Jerry had did some things to where this team was pretty good too. We ran into Aaron bleeping Rodgers in his prime. Ran into Aaron Rodgers. That was the second time that we were spoiled and we thought that we were going to the Super Bowl. And I don't know. Y'all tell me. Maybe y'all can remember something in 2014 that Jerry didn't do that stopped us from going to the Super Bowl. But I'm just telling you, this is what Emmitt Smith is talking about. And this is why I said, you know, I'm kind of where Emmitt is on this. I push back on people who just say that Jerry don't want to win. If you tell me Jerry has done dumb things, I'm agree with you. If you tell me the man don't want to win because his only aim is making money, I'm not going to agree with you. Because there have been seasons to where we just knew we were going to the Super Bowl. And I think 2007, we all thought we were going. 2014, when we thought Dez Bryant had caught that ball, we thought we were going back to our first NFC Championship game. And I believe if we get to that NFC Championship game, the NFL ought to be ashamed of itself because it literally robbed Tony Romo, Dez Bryant, Jason Witten, that whole team, and Jerry Jones of another Super Bowl. Let's see here. '14 Super Bowl winner. We would have. I believe if we would have got to the NFC Championship game against the Seattle Seahawks, I believe we win. I believe the Cowboys win. I believe we were better than the Seattle Seahawks. I believe we beat them. They had the Legion of Boom. If I'm not mistaken, they had the Legion of Boom that year. I still think the Cowboys were good enough. I believe the Cowboys could have beat them. Now, they trounced the Broncos, but I'm just telling you, man, we were very confident. We were very confident that year, and we knew we were going to win that game if we would have went up against them. And then there was another season that we thought that we had put together. Jerry had put together a good enough team that the Cowboys were going to the Super Bowl. Anybody remember this year? The infamous 2016. Dak Prescott and Ezekiel Elliott's rookie year. I don't think there was anything that Jerry did wrong that season. Maybe some of y'all remember better than me. Maybe there was somebody that he didn't bring in. The Cowboys were 13-3. They were 13-3. It was an incredible season. Zeke, Dak, Cole Beasley, Dez, Witten, Williams, Alfred Morris at the running back position. One of the running backs, but Zeke killed it that year. Look at his yardage up there. 322 attempts, 1,631 yards. What did Jerry do in 2016 to show that he didn't want to win? I just can't remember anything Jerry did wrong. And even this season, I just don't know. I mean, it was Aaron bleeping Rodgers, man. This dude, man, I tell my sons now, it's hard to convince them now because they're looking at Aaron Rodgers now. Aaron Rodgers was just hard to stop at once upon a time in his career. He's just hard to stop. He was hard to stop. Cowboys got a slow start, came back, tied the game. I think they had tied the game, right? It was 31-31. And I still say one of the biggest mistakes that Jason Garrett made, he panicked. He left too much time on the clock for Aaron Rodgers. Drove it down and scored, made an unbelievable throw. There was an unbelievable catch, and then there was an unbelievable field goal. Cowboys lost 34-31. That was 2016. I mean, I'm just saying all this to say, what in the world did Jerry do wrong on that one? I think this is where Emmitt is. I think this is exactly where Emmitt is. There have been times that we have had opportunities to win that there have been times in the last 30 years that we thought we were going to the Super Bowl. The problem is we just ran into fate. The Giants turned out to be the Super Bowl team. It was their year. They beat us. 2014, Dan Lambino, whatever his name is. They called it not a catch. It was a catch. I believe we definitely go to the NFC Championship game, and we're not having a conversation about the Cowboys hadn't been to an NFC Championship game in 30 years. Do we not realize in 2007 and 2014 they had an opportunity and no one wants to talk about context? What did Jerry do wrong in those 7 and 14 that stopped the Cowboys from going to the NFC Championship game? They cheated us in 14. And in 2016, I don't know what to tell us. Don't know what to tell us, man. Dak, Zeke, the team played their butt off. It was Aaron bleeping Rodgers. The dude drew up a play in the sand and beat us. End of story. Disappointment. Number 1 seed. Disappointed. I just don't know. What did Jerry do wrong in that one? It was the players on the field. It was the players on the field. I mean, I don't know what to tell us on those. I just gave us 3 times. 3 times. We literally thought we were going to the Super Bowl. I know we thought we were going in 07. There is nobody who was alive at that time that can remember that didn't think that we were not going to the Super Bowl. Hey, Darren C. Davis. Do you remember that? In 2007, did you not think we were going to the Super Bowl? I thought we were going to the Super Bowl. I really did. I thought we were going to the Super Bowl. Dominique Pittman, you remember it, don't you? See, Dominique was alive. He can remember. Dominique, people don't talk about that fumble enough. I agree. Appreciate that super chat. Dominique, people don't talk about that enough. I mean, we were putting foots in Green Bay. And if I'm not mistaken, we were about to take a double-digit lead in that game. Man, this dude ran a long run and wound up fumbling the ball. Boy, that was a hard one right there. That was a hard one. So when you start going back in those games, Jerry got players. The teams we had were good. We thought we were winning the Super Bowl. It's crazy to me when people are saying we haven't been to the Super Bowl in 30 years because Jerry hasn't wanted to go to the Super Bowl. What? Who didn't think we were going to the Super Bowl in 2007? Who didn't think that in 2014 that was a catch and we were going to go on and beat the Green Bay Packers in that game? Who didn't think we were going to do it? I'm just telling us. We've just run into some issues where some teams were better than us. That Giants team, people don't understand. Them boys beat the Patriots in the Super Bowl. Them boys were good. They were just good. They were good. They got hot at the right moment, and they went on a run. They went on an incredible run. They just went on an incredible run. There's no other way to explain it. They went on an incredible run. Energy plug, he said, Brandon Jacobs and Plexico Burst were unstoppable. They went on an incredible run. There's no other way to stop it. I mean, no other way to say it. Daniel, he's talking about that 07 team. He said they had an elite defense. Man, the Giants came in there and shocked us. They came in there and shocked us. And then they just rolled right through the Super Bowl. And let me tell you, let me give you the last one, because a lot of people. Now, I don't think we thought we were going to win a Super Bowl. Now, I am going to give Jerry some fault in 2023. Because Jerry thought the 2023 team was good enough. Y'all might not realize this, but Jerry thought that team was good enough. Jerry thought that 2023 team was good enough. And it was crazy the fact that that team went into that game without any linebackers. And we had safeties at linebacker. That game right there, we are going to say, yeah, Jerry should have got us some linebackers. But even some people still say that Dan Quinn threw it. Some people still say Dan Quinn threw it. But nevertheless, let me tell you something. Jerry thought the Cowboys were going to win that. Jerry will tell you that he thought we were going to beat the Green Bay Packers and kind of roll to the Super Bowl. People thought it was another one of those years. Who didn't think we were going to beat the Green Bay Packers? Almost everybody had wrote the Green Bay Packers off when we played them in 2023. Everybody said, yeah, we're going to beat them. And them doggone Green Bay Packers. Jordan Love was on a roll with the best half of a season he played in his whole life. He ain't been the same since, even though he was injured last year. He's never been the same. But I'm telling you, man, there have been actual years that we're saying, yeah, Jerry didn't want to win. No, I'm not going to say Jerry don't want to win. Jerry wants to win his way. But Jerry wants to win. Jerry wants to win. So when you think about, now again, Daniel, 2023, yeah, we're gonna give Jerry some flack for that. But 2016, they thought that was a Super Bowl year. We all thought that was a Super Bowl year. Because if the Cowboys, to me, get past, do we realize that if the Cowboys would have beat the Green Bay Packers, they had only one more game to go to the Super Bowl? And a lot of people were thinking, okay, we're going to beat Green Bay. The Cowboys are at home. People were saying even then, the Cowboys are better than the Seahawks. People were saying the Cowboys were better than the Seattle Seahawks. And let me see if I'm right on this. Let me look at I'm gonna tell you something else if I'm correct about this, if I can remember, that's gonna knock your socks off. I can't remember if this was true, but let me look here. The Seattle Seahawks were 12-4 that year. I was trying to recollect if the Cowboys, well, the Cowboys were I'm correct because the Cowboys were the number one seed. If the Cowboys beat Green Bay, the Seattle Seahawks would have had to come to Dallas. And everybody thought the Cowboys were going to easily knock off Seattle. Everybody thought the Cowboys were going to knock off Seattle in 2016. Everybody just thought we were a better team. Zeke and Dak were on some crazy run. The whole team was on this crazy run. And people were like, okay, if they wind up playing the Seattle Seahawks, all they have to do is get past the Green Bay Packers, and they're going to the Super Bowl. I don't think the Seahawks would have matched up against us in 2016. It was another one of those years. The Cowboys might would have went to the Super Bowl. And I just wonder, would we have been having these conversations about Jerry Jones? Would we be having these conversations? I'm telling you, I know where Emmett is. I know where Emmett is. 2023, I think a lot of people thought the Cowboys would get further. But 2007, 2014, 2016, everybody thought the Cowboys were at least getting to the NFC Championship game, and we didn't make it for one reason or another. Didn't make it. So it's not that Jerry doesn't want to win. Jerry wants to win his way. Jerry wants to win his way. But I do think this last season after this Mike McCarthy debacle, it seems like to me that Jerry is giving way more to them coming up with what they're going to do, them making moves, them having a lot more input into what they're doing. I think that this roster, it's been a combination of them. Jerry has still been involved. And then there are a couple of these moves that you go, that's Jerry Jones. Will McClay already said, George Pickens, that's Jerry Jones. Yep, that's Jerry Jones. So I think the Cowboys are on the verge again of having a championship level roster. And that's why I'm hoping and praying that the Cowboys will get a one tech. And if they don't get a one tech this season, don't you worry. And I'm not saying don't you worry, because I already know what's going to happen if we don't get a one tech. We're going to try to outscore every team in the league to try to get to the Super Bowl. That seems pretty obvious to me. But I can tell you what's going to be served up on the menu in next year's draft. The first player off the board for the Cowboys, you can book it. The first player off the board for the Cowboys will be who is the top one tech defensive tackle in the draft. The Cowboys are going after. I guarantee you. The Cowboys are going after the number one tech in college football next year. I guarantee you. They are going to go for that one tech. They are going to go next for a cornerback. And then I wouldn't be surprised if they went running back, because they're already loaded at the offensive line position. They've already got all these edge rushers. I'm telling you, it only makes sense for the Cowboys to go defensive tackle. I wouldn't be surprised they go defensive tackle twice in this next coming draft. Once early and once late. They're going to go for, I'm telling you, they're going to go for a cornerback, I believe, in the second round, running back maybe in the third. I won't be surprised if they go for another linebacker also, but I'm telling you, I would not be surprised if they think they could wing it the rest of the way down here. And I hope I'm 1,000% wrong on this, because I don't want the Cowboys to say, no big deal. No big deal. We'll just take what we got into the season. Our offense is so good, we're going to outscore everybody. Hope we don't do that. But I'm telling you, I can see where Emmett is. All right, let's go back over here to 105.3 The Fan. This is Cowboys After Dark. I appreciate y'all rocking with me tonight. And got a summary state of the Cowboys training camp. I want to hear what Nick Harris has to say. They had Nick Harris on 105.3 The Fan today. And so Nick Harris had some things to say about his observations of the Dallas Cowboys.
Just crossed into Arizona, so
Check it out.
the trek has started, and looking forward to getting back.
Now, do you do that in one shot? Or are you a stay overnight in like Mesa or New Mexico guy, or what's the plan?
Yeah, I'm going to stop in Albuquerque this time around. It's a different stop every time I do this trip, but this time around I'll do Albuquerque tonight and then finish it up tomorrow. We got a preseason game on Saturday, so I got to make it quick.
Shoot, yeah, I cannot wait to talk about that game and expectations with you. Overall, do you feel like the Cowboys are about who you thought they were going into Oxnard? Are they a little bit better, a little worse? What is the net result of that camp in your opinion?
You know, it's funny. I had dinner with John Machota of The Athletic and Tommy Yarish at DallasCowboys.com last night, and I had mentioned, I was like, you know what? Pretty much all of the questions I had going into camp, I still have those questions coming out of camp. I don't feel like I really know what this team is going to look like until that first half of the Philadelphia game. I think you're going to learn more about that, more about this team in that one half than you will during this entire training camp, during the preseason, just because there's still so much unknown, right? And I think with the concern levels that you have on the team, whether it be the running game or stopping the run, I mean, you're going to figure it out pretty quick if both of those things are, figuring themselves.
Yeah, you're right, the plug. I forgot about the 2021 season. We probably thought we were going deep then too. Yeah. And Lisa Worley, she said the same thing. She said she thought we were going. She thought we were winning in 2023. I think everybody did.
Out, or if they're at least in an acceptable position. But I had said before camp, I think this is about a 9-8, 10-7 type team. I guess I'm sticking with that, but again, I feel like we really don't know what this team's going to look like until halftime of that Philadelphia game.
I can't see. Nick Harris said that he believes this is going to be a 9-8, 10-7 team. Maybe my expectations are too high. I can't believe. I refuse to believe that this team is going to be with Dak Prescott healthy and with George Pickens and with what Brian is doing on this offense, there is no way. There is no way I can see this team being 9-8. There is no way. Even with the schedule, I can't see the Cowboys being 9-8. I can't see it. I can't see it. I think this team is better. I think this team is good enough to where, no, there's no way. Double-digit wins minimum. I can't even see the Cowboys losing 8 games. Can't see it. Can't see it. I just think this team is too good. It's too good. I'm just telling us. Y'all tell me what you think in the chat.
Are you taking Jerry's statement that they aren't looking outside the building? Like there's no acquisitions that are going to happen that could change our thoughts, right?
Yeah, that one's interesting. And granted, he said that before, and then they.
Hold on. Jerry said, but see, now watch what these guys do. Jerry clearly said, but we're not closing the door on it. Jerry said we're not closing the door on it. I don't know what this guy's saying. Like Jerry said, we're not looking for anybody. No, he said we're not looking for anybody outside, but we're not closing the door.
Made additions or trades afterward, but if he sticks to that point, I think it is fascinating just because they could certainly use the help at corner. I think they could certainly use, the help at defensive tackle. There's a couple veterans still out there on the street that could work out, but those are the only 2 position groups I would probably be looking at to fill that void. Maybe if there was another offensive line injury that were to happen over the next 2 preseason games, that one would make sense too. But that one did catch me by a little bit of surprise just because Stephen Jones has mentioned, that they are, concerned about the corner and defensive tackle rooms. And, a veteran addition would make sense in both of those areas.
What are your thoughts on this running back group as we move into preseason game number 2? It seems like Phil Moffa's having a strong finish to camp. He looked good against the Rams. We didn't get to see Sanders while we were out there. He was out due to injury, Blues battling some injuries. Where are you at in terms of that? I mean, is anybody fighting for a spot? Has anybody maybe gained ground that you didn't think had a shot?
Yeah, I think Miles Sanders has kind of figured himself into a situation now.
Okay, just real quick. It sounds like, it looks like what I'm looking at here, because I thought Will Hernandez was still out there on the streets. But it looks like Will Hernandez signed a deal with re-signed with the Arizona Cardinals. Says Will Hernandez signed a 1-year contract with the Arizona Cardinals in 2025. I thought Will Hernandez was still out there, but I guess not. Yeah. But Will is on offense anyway. He's a guard. Okay, but I thought he was on defense. He's a guard, so it doesn't matter. But he's already resigned. But okay, we'll talk about defensive tackles since we're at Nick Harris.
Where he's probably fighting for a spot because you would have to think that between the quartet of Williams, Sanders, Blue, and Moffa, that they probably only take 3. So you got to figure out who the odd man out would be. I think if it were to happen today, it would probably be Sanders. But if you had asked me last week, I may have said Moffa. And it's a constantly changing ordeal, I think, in that running back room. But Sanders is going to get some burn against the Ravens. That'll be big for his stock. Blue, it's going to be day-to-day. It's going to be close to see if he's healthy on Saturday. I personally doubt he plays, but it looks good for him to at least go against the Falcons in week 3 of the preseason. That's going to be big for him just to be able to show whatever he's done in camp, it can translate into a game environment. I think Williams is probably the only guy that's a safe lock at this point. It looks like he's going to be factoring in quite a bit with this offense going forward. But then, like you said, yeah, Phil Moffa's had a really strong week in camp. He's really come on these last few days, starting to put together some days, and he had a couple good runs in the preseason as well. So there's a feisty battle happening in there at that running back position.
Nick, do you kind of feel like that it's a little bit redundant with the style of backs that they have? If you were thinking about Moffa and like you let go of Sam.
Okay. So while we're at this thing where Nick Harris is talking, let's look at a couple of scenarios here. Okay, so first things first, let me see. I wrote down a couple of things here. I was kind of watching Lou's takes, and he was talking about Lou's takes was talking about four. No, I think he was talking about maybe four defensive tackles. I didn't really catch the fourth one, but I scratched off one of them. I actually have my own four defensive tackles. I want to see what y'all think. I'm trying not to laugh because I already know what y'all gonna say about one of these defensive tackles that I have on my list. Yeah, I already know what y'all about. I already know what y'all about to say about one of these defensive tackles on my list. But I want to get y'all input on the defensive tackle position for the Cowboys. This is kind of where I am on this. Okay, I scratched off Devon Godshaw that he talked about because Devon Godshaw is actually signed to a contract. Don't see it happening. Christian Wilkins. I'm pretty sure I already know where y'all are on Christian Wilkins. He mentioned a guy named Tim Settle Jr., somebody named Malcolm Roach. Not very familiar with these two, but, you know, Lou swore on them. But the other guy that I'm going to put a question mark, I got a question mark by Christian Wilkins. I got a question mark by DJ Reader. But I think what has wound up happening to DJ Reader, if I'm not mistaken, didn't Detroit get an injury to where DJ Reader became more of a necessity for them? So at this point at defensive tackle, this is kind of what I just got, just based on what he said and based on what we've talked about in the past. So I got Christian Wilkins still as a question mark and DJ Reader. And DJ Reader, I kind of see him, you know, I'm just going to kind of even though I got a question mark, I'm going to mark him out because I think he would be an absolute long shot. So I don't know about these other two. Y'all tell me what you think on them. And then, of course, I think DJ Reader may have become a necessity for the Detroit Lions. Not sure how that's all going to work out. I think as it applies to defensive tackle, the Cowboys are going to maybe see what and who gets cut after game number 2 because a lot of teams are going to start cutting players probably by Monday. By Monday, there will be a slew of players on the streets from all these teams, including the Cowboys. Including the Cowboys. We're going to start talking about these roster spots and who's going to make these roster spots over the next week before the Cowboys, right before they make their cuts, and see if we're right on those. But this is kind of where he said there are a couple of guys out there on the streets. So, we'll see how that goes. But at this one tech position, I think because the Cowboys didn't address it earlier in free agency, it may be a little bit tough to address it late in free agency. Christian Legal says he thinks the Cowboys will be 12-5. It wouldn't surprise me. I don't see why they couldn't be 12-5. Ducindo says, well, Cowboys have Ravens backups coming up. They need to show improve. Ducindo, one, I'm not going to be surprised if the Baltimore Ravens put their ones out there for at least one drive. But two, the thing about these doggone backups on teams like the Ravens and the Rams, man, they're good. Those teams are well coached. They're well coached. The Ravens are going to get a Cowboys fits. But Shotty keeps saying don't look much into preseason, it's evaluation. This is Brian Schottenheimer's first year. Brian knows more football than me. I'm just telling you from a common sense perspective for me. There are only 3 preseason games. Now, we already know number 3 is nothing but a bona fide dress rehearsal. So you really only got 2 preseason games. So you got to do all of your evaluating in 2 games. And and we're going to hear Brian in a few minutes saying, don't put a lot of stock into the preseason. But we do need to put some stock into it. We're not looking at the plays he's calling. We're not looking at, we know the ones aren't playing. We're not looking at that stuff. You're only as strong as your weakest link. We want to see your second team knock heads too. Why do we keep saying it's only the preseason when the other good teams are not saying it's only the preseason? It's not that they're not saying it's only the preseason because they're not playing some of their starters either, but they're not saying that about the players who are playing. You don't get to say that about the players who are playing. Why? Because they're trying to make the doggone team. No. We're doing some serious evaluating. Yeah, preseason. Take some stock in it because preseason determines whether or not these guys make the roster. And people, it's over. No, it's not an overreaction. If you're just saying what you see, that's a reaction. An overreaction is saying, the season is over. That's an overreaction. The season is over because this, and this. There's no way they're going to. No, we're reacting to, man, that second unit didn't look too good. Yeah, we can say that. We have every right to say that. We have every right to say that Brian Schottenheimer, I still say, is a little bit arrogant. To throw Joe Milton out there 6 passes in a row and to say, yeah, man, we wanted to let Joe Milton throw it all over the place. Dude, what? Brian can do what he wants to. I'm still rolling with it. But we do need to understand it is okay to disagree. It is. There's nothing wrong with it. We can disagree. Yeah, Daniel, I was just checking that out. That joker re-signed. Yeah, he re-signed. Okay, Daniel, what do you think about what I got on the screen? The defensive tackle position, Nick Harris talked about it. I'll be honest with you. I'm at a loss for who the Cowboys can get until people start shaking some of their players after this week. I'll be honest with y'all. I'm at a loss on this detail. I'm at a loss at this one tech defensive tackle thing. I'm just at a loss. Y'all tell me what y'all think on this one tech. I'm lost on this. Energy plug. Maffa was my favorite pick the Cowboys got this year. He was my favorite pick. Big bruising running back. I'm very excited about him. But again, y'all tell me where you are in the Shadard Badri, he said Wilkins laugh out loud. I already know what that means. Dominique said leave that sassy dude. Boy, y'all killing me. Azteca said Christian Smith. Stop. Oh, Daniel, we already know. Yeah. Daniel said Wilkins. Energy Plug said DJ Reader. Yeah, it seems like something happened over in Detroit where now they actually need him. Bam Bam said Big Tim. Okay, Big Tim. Okay, yeah, they lost the defensive tackle for the year. Okay. Okay, Daniel said Tim Settle and Malcolm Roach are bad. Okay. Okay, Wilkins is a 3 tech. Okay, I thought he was a 1. Raquan Davis. Okay. Oh, got you. Okay, he must be one. Let me put that down in my notes. Might need to do a little expose on Raquan Davis. Okay, Raquan Davis released by the Colts. He's still out there. I'm actually surprised because I'm pretty sure he probably played with Matt Eberflus, didn't he? But we'll see. Okay, Raquan Davis. Okay, we'll go with him. Bam Bam said Tim Settle is legit and consistent. Played with him when we were little. Oh, okay, you know him actually. Okay, I see you. Josh Sweat. Isn't he signed though? You talking about a trade, obviously, for Josh Sweat. Okay, then you said Puna Ford. Okay. Put these on my list. Come back and do a video on that. Energy plug. I would love to see our starters in this game because I got a feeling that I got a feeling that Harbaugh's going to have his starters play. And them boys going to come out and do work. Big Rombowski, he said both Harbaughs like to play their ones for a bit in the preseason. With it being preseason game 2, I'm pretty sure John Harbaugh will be throwing the ones out there for a good part of the first quarter. That's what I was thinking too, the Big Rombowski. I was thinking the same thing. He says, plus, I can see John wanting to let Cooper Rush put on a show. Boy, I'm sorry. If I was the Cowboys, if I'm the Cowboys, Cooper Rush better not throw a touchdown. I'm telling my team, Cooper Rush better not throw a touchdown on nobody out here. At least we're getting ready to play against an old backup quarterback. Least, I'm telling my team, this dude bet not get near that end zone. I'm telling my team, y'all better not let Cooper Rush throw one touchdown out here. Shoot, I'm with you. Sean Ginsberg. CD on the sidelines is risking injury. Boy, I'm with you. Man, CD could have really got hurt last week. Man, get your butt off the sideline. Daniel said, gee, Cooper Rush fans are going to be a pain in my butt for that, man. Shoot. Doggone Cooper Rush. Man, you see Cooper Rush in the first minute. If I'm not mistaken, Cooper Rush was out there in that first preseason game looking terrible, man. Energy said, I'm not worried about that. We need to make sure our first team, man, that's my issue, Energy. The Cowboys need to get this first team in at least a little bit of a rhythm. And obviously, Brian thinks they can do it out there only in the he think they can do it in practice. So who am I? I'm just a content creator just trying to give my opinion. But yeah, I'm glad Booker's playing too. Let's go to this thing too in the running back room. I think this is very interesting what he mentioned about the running back room. You got Javonte Williams, Miles Sanders, Phil Maffa, Jaden Blue, Deuce Vaughn, Malik Davis, and I guess you can count. I mean, Hunter Lipke, they count him. He's really a fullback, but I guess they kind of count him in there. But if I were a betting man, I'm gonna tell you where I think what the Cowboys are about to try to pull off. I'm gonna tell you what I think they're going to try to pull off. I can be totally wrong. I think Malik Davis is going to get cut. I think Malik Davis is going to get cut. Of course, I think Lipke is going to make it. I think they got plans for Lipke. At least that's what I think. I think Deuce Vaughn is going to get cut. That's going to leave it down to these 4. I believe that because Miles Sanders is dealing with an injury, I think the Cowboys may actually cut Miles Sanders. I think they're going to cut Miles Sanders. And I think the Cowboys are going to try to be slick. And I think they're going to try to put this man, if they can, on the practice squad. That's what I think they're going to try to do with Miles Sanders. And because your best ability is availability, and I've been hearing the way they've been talking about Javonte Williams, I think he will be the one. I think Phil Maffa may work his way to the 2. And there is no way you're cutting Jaden Blue nor putting him on the practice squad. If they carry 3 running backs, I think those are the 1, the 2, and the 3. And if they carry 4, Miles Sanders will be the 4. But I think Deuce Vaughn and Malik Davis, they are going to be the odd man out. And I think Hunter Lipke, because he's a fullback / whatever he is, the Cowboys are going to wind up keeping him. I think they're going to wind up keeping him, I do. Yeah, they're gonna put hands on him. Mixed Matrix, what's going on? Good to see you tonight. Hey, Ryan, I'm telling you, shoot. Man, everybody talk about these, man, they talk about this doggone Cooper Rush like he a unicorn. Man, Harry Rupp had to bring that dude back down, had to Harry Rupp bring him back down to earth. I can't believe, I'm just blown away he got the Ravens contract. I mean, God bless him, get your money, but I just can't believe that a team was willing to pay him that much. It just goes to show you how big of a commodity that doggone quarterbacks are. It really does. But again, guys, this is where I am. We're going to go over this again next week, but this is kind of where I am on the running back position. Energy Plug said he thinks it's going to be Williams, Maffa, Blue, and Lipke. Yep, that's where I am too. Williams, Maffa, Blue, Lipke. That's where I am too. Yeah, Rumbowski said the veterans, it's hard to get the veterans to go to the practice squad. They'd rather be free agents to start the season and wait for a spot to open up due to injury. Yeah. Now, the only thing is Miles Sanders is dealing with an injury, so we'll see how that rolls, that goes for him. Energy Plug said, I do think we keep Vaughn and they keep Lipke as a fullback. Could possibly do. Yep, I can see that too because they drafted him, they like him, and his father's with the organization. I don't like the fact the Cowboys are doing that, but let's go. Let's go back with Nick Harris, let him finish it up.
Sanders?
Yeah, there is probably some redundancy there. I think if you look at, a Javonte Williams, that kind of brings the veteran receiving type.
I'm even
back
throwing Hunter
you
Lipke in there. I'm throwing Lipke in there too.
Yeah.
It seems very redundant if you're going to keep a bunch of backs that are all kind of the same guy. And that's why I was surprised about your Sanders comment.
Every time I hit a bottleneck,
yes, sir.
I build
Please
a new
do that,
AI employee to crush it.
Daniel
They used to
Lim.
say that I had one
I would love
AI
to
employee working for me
get your
24/7. But the
take
truth is,
on these
I've got
one
a team,
techs.
all custom built, powered by one system. It's called Motion. Need leads?
Right,
Handled. Need somebody running my content? It's already posted.
Yeah, and that's
I
been
definitely
one
love
that
the
I've
research.
been curious about with Phil Maffa throughout camp. Is my question about Phil Maffa has been, okay, yes, he does this well, but what does he do well that no one else on the roster does? And I think that question is finally starting to figure itself out in the form of special teams. I don't think Miles Sanders is going to be a special.
All right, Miss Matrix, I appreciate you. She said, I took my son to the sign up took him to sign up for flag football. They told him flag cuts off at 6, so he'll have to play tackle. Why my baby say no? Because I don't want to wear a fat suit. Tell him like it is. Tell him I don't want to wear no fat suit. Tell him like it is. Tell him. He said, can't go back there. I feel you. I feel your son on that, Miss Matrix. You raising him well. I feel him. He's no, no thank you. He said, no thank you. All right.
Special teams guy at this point in his career, so it would make sense more for Maffa to be that bottom of the roster running back that can factor in on special teams. Because if they're going to carry 4 backs in the form of Javonte Williams, let's just say Jaden Blue, Phil Maffa, and then Hunter Lipke, those 4 guys they need to play on, or those 2 guys rather at the bottom, they need to play on special teams in the form of Lipke and Maffa. You can't just burn one of those spots for an unactive guy on game day. And I think Maffa's starting to figure it out special teams wise.
Nick, which is more likely, 4 running backs or 6 wide receivers?
Ooh, that's a good one. I would probably have to go with 4 running backs, but
yeah.
I think you bring up a good point with the 6 wide receivers as well. And that's going to be a tough battle for that 6th spot if there is a 6th spot. You got Jalen Brooks, Ryan Flanoy, Trayshawn Holden has really come on. I mean, Jalen Cropper is good at camp every year, but that's another situation of what does he do well that no one else on the roster does. That's going to be a fascinating one. But if I had to pick today, I think that's Jalen Brooks' spot. I think he's, a top 5 special teams player on this roster.
Nick, what was the, just the overall evaluation of Dak throughout this training camp?
Yeah, I thought he had his moments for sure, and he was mistake-free mostly until the last couple of days. He only threw 2 interceptions in pads throughout all the padded practices. And, both of them were bad, don't get me wrong. But I think when you look at, what he was able to accomplish in the short to intermediate game, you can really tell that they are just trying to build rhythm in that short to intermediate game. There's not a lot of concern about what they can do with the long ball because we didn't see it a whole lot. We saw it a couple times with George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, but I think there's enough trust there for them to be able to be like, okay, we can roll into the season knowing that's in our repertoire. Let's get this short to intermediate stuff going so that we can sustain drives. And I think we saw a lot of that from Dak Prescott. It's going to be an interesting season for him. It's a pivotal season for him coming off of this injury. There's still questions about, can he win big games even in the regular season? Forget the playoffs. Can he win some of the big games in the regular season as well? Like he did, 3-4 years back. He has a lot of questions to answer this year. And, as far as the camp performance goes, I'd probably give it a B+. I feel like he really had his moments, but, we're really going to find out more about him as well in the first half of that Philadelphia game.
Yeah.
No. I'm not agreeing. I'm not agreeing with this take by Nick Harris. I respect Nick Harris. He, like what he does. We got to get this mentality out of this team. No, what are they going to do as a team? This is exactly what Emmett and Michael have been talking about. We got to stop always talking about Dak Prescott as an individual. We got to start talking about Dak Prescott as the collective whole. What is the team going to do? What is the scheme that Shotty has? How is it going to put Dak Prescott in the best situation to win? What are they going to do different than they did with Mike McCarthy? Y'all do realize that in those seasons where Mike McCarthy was here, we saw a slow start in 2022. We saw a slow start in 2023. We saw a quick, a regression back to a slow start in 2024. What is Brian Schottenheimer going to be able to do to get this offense on fire early? Not late, but early. Not to mention, Dak Prescott has not played football since week 9. To say that we're going to know what Dak Prescott is going to be by halftime of the Eagles is ridiculous. That's ridiculous. No, we're actually going to probably have to get Dak Prescott revved up. We got to get him going. We got to keep him upright and get him going so that by game 3 or 4, we got Dak in full form. We got to get him up to form around game 3 or 4 because that season is not going to get easier. So you got to capitalize on games early. But for Dak to come out his first game, his first live bullets are against the doggone Eagles, whew. Man, I don't care what nobody say. That's a tall glass. That's a tall glass if you've been playing. That's a tall glass, man. We got to stop this stuff with Dak Prescott. This media is terrible here about always trying to put everything on Dak Prescott and blah, blah, blah. No. I'm tired of that stuff. No, I want to know, what is the team? What is the team going to do? That's where I am. That's where I am on this. So that's crazy work to me. I want to go back just for a second. He talked about these wide receivers. Poor the Cowboys in a predicament. They got good problems, but they're in a predicament because these are the wide receivers, the Cowboys, and I forgot. There's a couple of more on here I forgot to put down. Let me put them down too. You got Flournoy, you got Cropper, and you have Brooks. This is a serious issue. Daniel, I appreciate you sending me that on the link for the defensive tackles. Okay. And as a matter of fact, can you send it to my email address at that letstalkcowboys@gmail.com? So you think about the wide receivers. and we'll talk about this more next week, but you already know Lamb and Pickens. We don't even have to talk about them. Jalen Tolbert. I don't think we have to talk about him, but I keep hearing these whispers about trade, but I don't think that's going to happen. So we talking about Lamb, Pickens, Tolbert. Now, Turpin, we don't have to worry about. Turpin is a return guy. So he's already going to have a spot on special teams. You don't have to worry about him. So if you're going to carry 5 wide receivers, let me tell you something that I believe the Cowboys are going to try and do. I think they are going to try and cut Holden and hope he can go to the practice squad. There is no way the Cowboys are giving up Jonathan Mingo. There's no way. Jonathan Mingo makes the team. The question is, do we think that Holden, with as good as he's been, do you take him over Ryan Flanoy, Cropper, and Brooks? Now, Cropper has these great preseasons every year. He just don't seem to make the team. So if you're taking 6, I believe you're taking Flanoy and Brooks maybe at 5 and 6, and you're going to try and push Holden, cut him, and then maybe you get him on the practice squad. But if you say you want Trayshawn Holden, who in the world do you cut? Who in the world do you cut to keep Holden? Me, I'm not ready to give up on Ryan Flanoy. If there was anybody that I would have him to maybe push out, it would be Brooks. It would be Brooks. If I had to choose between Flanoy and Brooks, I'm choosing Flanoy. Brooks has been here long time, hasn't broken the ice yet. I'm keeping him. I'm probably going with this. Y'all tell me what you think. But I think that's probably where they would be. Energy said he would take Lamb, Pickens, Mingo, Holden, Flo. Okay, you take, you're about where I am then. Yeah, you're about where I am. Because Lamb, Pickens, and Tolbert, they're shoe-ins. I don't even think you have to worry about them. It would be left up to Mingo, between Mingo, Flanoy, and Brooks, and Holden. And so I believe they're going to try to cut Holden and put him on the practice squad. But, yeah, that's what it is right there. Without the comma. I mean, without the apostrophe. Daniel Lynn, without the apostrophe. But I think this is what they're going to probably try to do at wide receiver. But again, as it applies to Dak Prescott, man, we got to stop saying this stuff about Dak Prescott. Man, this dude has got a 4-year extension. The Cowboys aren't getting from under that deal, even if they want to, until 2028. No, Dak Prescott is going to be the starter on this team for the next 3 seasons at the bare minimum. And I don't think the Cowboys would ever have Joe Milton starting over Dak Prescott and Dak being a backup. Nope, they would cut him straight out and eat the money. I believe they would cut him straight out and eat the money. But I also have a strange feeling that the Cowboys like Dak Prescott so much, Dak Prescott is going to retire Dallas Cowboy. That's where I am on this, until something shows me different. But Dak doesn't have anything to prove. What the Cowboys have to prove is what Emmitt Smith is talking about. Can they start playing together as a team and stop saying that it's about what Dak Prescott is or not going to do? We know what Dak going to do. Dak's going to do very well. But we need to get this team playing as a cohesive unit.
What do you think George Pickens is going to do? How much does he change the dynamics for Dak now with essentially 2 number ones out there?
Yeah, it's really eye-opening to see some of the space that these receivers were able to have whenever George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb are lined up on the field together. It's going to benefit CeeDee Lamb more than anybody. Like Dak Prescott for sure, don't get me wrong, but you think about times last year where CeeDee Lamb, and especially in the second half of games, if you think back to the first half of the season last year when Dak was healthy, those second half of games, CD was he was schemed against, and after the teams went in the locker room, they were able to dial up how to cover CD. CD got shut down because there was not a legitimate threat in the receiving game. That's going to be tough to do with George Pickens on the field, and we've seen that in the joint practice with the Rams. We've seen that in the training camp practices against the Cowboys defense. Granted, it's a beat-up secondary for the Cowboys defense, but I think there is still some stock you can take away from that. But yeah, Pickens is going to be a dynamic weapon for this team. I don't know if he's necessarily a 1,000-yard guy, just because now all of a sudden there's a lot of targets to get thrown around.
No.
You have Jake Ferguson in the mix. You have Kevontae Turpin, who had a really good camp. It's going to be tough to find enough targets to get to it.
No, disagree. George Pickens is going to be a 1,000-yard receiver. George Pickens is going to be a 1,000-yard receiver. It is not going to require a lot of passes to get George Pickens at 1,000 yards. You go deep to George Pickens, 40, 50 yards, and I'm pretty sure they're going to try it at least 2 to 3 times a game. You hit him for a 40 or a 50-yarder, and then all you have to do is hit him for about 5 or 6, 8, 9, or 10-yard passes. No, George Pickens is... George Pickens for 17 games. Hold on a second. This is crazy to me. You got George bleeping Pickens. So you got George Pickens. Let's envision this. George Pickens. 1,000 yards. Let's just say 1,000. He said he don't even see George Pickens getting to 1,000 yards. You divide 1,000 by 17. So we're telling me that George Pickens is going to average less than 58 yards a game? Do what? You telling me that George Pickens is going to average less than 58 yards a game? There is no way that George Pickens is going to average less than 58 yards a game and not at least get 1,000 yards this season. There is no way for me. I can literally envision at least 3 to 4 games this year where George Pickens will probably go for 100 plus. Easy. There will be games that you'll be flip-flopping back and forth between these receivers. There'll be games they'll both be hitting 100 yards in a game. And I know this to be true. I know this to be true because when you look at Brian Schottenheimer's track record, we have seen Brian Schottenheimer once he got let me see if I can pull it up. When Brian Schottenheimer actually got in 2019, when DK Metcalf, and he had DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett. Let me go back and see if I can pull it up. I want to go back to Brian Schottenheimer in Seattle. Because when you look at Brian Schottenheimer, in particular in Seattle, and I got a video I did about this. I don't know if I'm going to drop it tomorrow. We'll see if I do. But I noticed something about Brian Schottenheimer. Brian always runs to 2018 and talks about when he was, what he did in 2018, how he led the league in rushing. Well, the reason why Brian Schottenheimer's team led the league in rushing is because he didn't have any weapons. And so he basically had to run the ball for the most part. I mean, he really did. He ran the ball for the most part. But when this man got, when this dude got DK Metcalf, nah, man, they were different. They were different when he got DK Metcalf. Let me see if I can find it here. When he got DK Metcalf, and boy, I'm telling y'all guys, he went off the doggone chain with throwing the ball. I'll pull it up in a moment after Nick Harris. But he went off the chain with the ball. And Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf both were 1,000-yard receivers. Both of them. And CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens are better than Tyler Lockett to me and DK Metcalf combined. And Dak Prescott is better now than what Russell Wilson was at that point in time. Man, Dak Prescott, I will not be shocked if he doesn't throw for, I will not be shocked if he throws from 4,500 to 5,000 yards. But to say that this dude won't even average 1,000 yards, hey man, it's just his opinion, but I just can't see it. No knock on him. I just think that is insane.
1,000 yards, but I think whenever you talk about his impact per play, if you will, or his impact per reception, I think it's going to be strong.
What about the cornerback room, Nick? I mean, Zion Childress was getting run with the ones. I thought he really has stood out through camp. I don't know what their plan is going into the season with that nickel spot. Do you think that that's an area that they're going to add, or did anybody else flash to you that you feel confident in?
Wanye Thomas?
Yeah, I don't think they know what the plan is at nickel just yet either.
All right, y'all hold on.
As maybe a Childress was in the preseason game against the Rams. And then Hall has really had his moments during training camp. So, it's kind of a closely contested battle, but it's also a situation of, hey, do any of these guys, do you feel comfortable enough them starting 2, 3, 4 games if you need to, especially against a really good receiving core for Philadelphia, a really good receiving core that's all of a sudden been built in Chicago. Green Bay is that 4th game of the year. You have to think about these things. And so I think with, if the season started right now, it would maybe be Keemon Hall, but I don't say that confidently just because these 3 guys have been really closely contested. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that Zion Childress in the last padded practice yesterday, he ran with the first team the entire team period. So that undrafted kid out of Kentucky, originally from New Caney down in the Houston area, he's really come on as of late. Don't be surprised if he's on this 50 track.
Nick, when it comes to the left tackle spot, Nate Thomas, he seems like he's played pretty well. Do you think that's going to be a tough call for them to make if Guyton is technically healthy just in time to play week 1? Would they want to run him out there, not having had the training camp? Has Thomas done enough to say, all right, we could go ahead and give him the start? He's been practicing and playing in the preseason games.
I'll tell you this. I hope the Cowboys don't find themselves, and I don't know if I say I hope, but
Nate Thomas definitely got baptized by fire in the form of Jared Verse in the joint practice in the preseason game. But I think, has he had his moments? Absolutely. I just don't know if he's ready for that week 1 matchup against Philadelphia. And, that's nothing against Nate Thomas. He's had a huge offseason. And if you would ask me going into
we
camp,
got Josh Kelly, Lisa Worley.
Backup left tackle would be confidently, I would have said Austin Richards, and that just hasn't been the case. Nate Thomas has played well enough to be that guy. And so I think it's commendable on his effort, especially after missing all of his rookie year.
When you think about the guy Josh Kelly, I mean, I just think automatically he ain't gonna make it because anybody been hearing about Josh Kelly? I ain't heard nothing about him. So I'm pretty sure he's gonna get cut. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's going to get cut. Uncle Out 682. Yes, sir. We're live right now. Yeah, he gonna get cut. Nobody's heard anything about Josh Kelly. I think he's gonna get cut for sure. Lisa said let Dak pick him. Well, Lisa, if Dak picking him, we already know. We know for sure Tolbert gonna be up in there. I even think if Dak was picking them, it'd probably be Tolbert, Mingo, Flanoy. I think Brooks would be the odd man out. I think Trayshawn Holden, if anybody he beats out, is Brooks. Yes, I think we're definitely going to see Trayshawn Holden a lot this weekend. I do. Energy plug. I'm telling you, I can't believe this man said that he don't think George Pickens going to have 1,000 yards. Dude, what? I'm missing it. I'm missing it. I'm missing it. Daniel Lim said one of the targets that is being mentioned as a defensive tackle for the Cowboys is a former player of theirs. Okay, John Ridge. You know what? I did hear somebody, I think, talking about that. He said he averages 59, so I know for sure it'll be 80 to 100 a game. Man, ain't no way, man. Ain't no way. Christian, I could see it too. And Christian, you tell me what you think. I think the surprise third 1,000-yard receiver, Miss Matrix, you ready? I think the surprise third 1,000-yard receiver, KaVontae Turpin. KaVontae Turpin. KaVontae Turpin is going to eat up chunk yardage. I'm telling you, he's going to eat up chunk yardage. KaVontae Turpin might have 5 snaps, and those 5 snaps may go for somewhere between 60 to 100. KaVontae Turpin is going to eat up some yards on this team. He's going to eat up some yards. You can tell the way they've been using it. Because all KaVontae Turpin has to do is average 59 yards a game, and he's at 1,000. I think he's going to have some games where he's going to catch maybe 2 passes for 65 or 70 yards. He's going to eat up chunk yardage. I am not going to be surprised if he'll be the third 1,000-yard receiver. Jalen Tolbert. It wouldn't surprise me if Jalen Tolbert was close to a 1,000-yard receiver. I got a feeling that Jalen Tolbert will probably be somewhere in that 700 to 1,000-yard range. Dak gonna make sure he eat. He gonna make sure he eat. He do. It is what it is. Andrew Nichols, you said he knows more than football than you. Well, I assume that he does. But, hey, he's giving his opinion. I'm giving mine, too. I mean, he's not giving us anything factual, but I'm sorry. Anybody would have – don't let me say it like that. It don't make logical sense that George Pickens is going to average less than 58 yards a game. That don't make sense. I don't care what you say. Oh, yeah. Yep, Christian, I can see that one too. I think it's going to be I think it's a good chance it's going to be Turpin. Turpin's going to eat up chunk yardage, but Ferg is going to eat in the seams because of George Pickens. If Ferguson don't have a big season, it's a letdown. He should eat in the seams, and this man should easily be 1,000-yard tight end. It's not going to surprise me if Dak Prescott throws again. Like I said, it won't be surprising me if Dak Prescott throws for 4,500 to 5,000 because Dak was already doing that. Dak was doing that before Brian Schottenheimer, before George Pickens, before KaVontae Turpin playing more in the slot, and before another X factor on this team, which is going to be Jaden Blue. Ryan R., has there ever been a time where you had three 1,000-yard receivers? I'm not sure on the Cowboys. I don't think so, because when you look back at even Alvin Harper, Michael Irvin, and I think it was Smith at the time, they were not even 3 1,000-yard receivers because Troy threw the majority to, not to mention the tight end play for the Cowboys. So it was really Michael Irvin with 1,300 plus yards. But, man, I'm telling you, man, Dak, this offense, it may be one of the most explosive offenses the Cowboys have ever had. I mean, it's getting up there. I mean, by midseason, this could literally be one of the most explosive offenses we've ever seen. You got sub 4.340 Jaden Blue will hit the field at some point this year. Kevontae Turpin being out there. I don't even know what Kevontae Turpin runs in the 40, but it's got to be 4.3s at least. You think about having him, CeeDee Lamb, Pickens, Ferguson. I mean, when you're talking about guys with that kind of speed on the field, man, you're talking explosive. And then you could even throw in a combination of Tolbert and Mingo. Boy, you're talking about an explosive offense. Cowboys are going to be crazy this year. But Nick Harris is entitled to his opinion. Can't see George Pickens being less than 1,000 yards.
Basically a redshirt year, but I think you would have to hope that Tyler Guyton's ready to go week 1, or else that's going to be a really, really tough challenge for Nate Thomas to face in Philadelphia against that lineup of edge rushers that they have. You would hope that Guyton's ready to go.
To Nick Harris.
I don't care if Guyton is ready to go. Philadelphia's going to be a load for either one of them. Either one of them, they are going to be a load. Boy, let me tell you something. Brian Schottenheimer offensively is going to throw everything in Philadelphia, including the kitchen sink. But Philadelphia's defensive coordinator, he going to throw everything at Brian Schottenheimer and the kitchen sink too. He going to throw everything at him. I'm telling you, he's going to throw everything at him. It's going to be a heck of a game. It's going to be a heck of a game, and it's a heck of a game for the Cowboys to play first. And again, I don't think it's going to necessarily tell us how the season is going to be, but I do think it's going to kind of help us to understand kind of where we are. You know, kind of where we are, you know, what do we need to go working on going forward so that by the time we see this Philadelphia Eagles the second time in Dallas, we can handle up on them. These boys just win. Glad Emmett set the record straight. Jerry has built Super Bowl teams. Yeah, these boys I just mentioned, I mentioned the 3 that I can remember. The 3 that I can remember that we were the closest was 07, 14, and 16. Those are the three I remember. Daniel M said, "Gee, if we beat the Eagles week 1, I would be the most shocked diehard Cowboys fan in the state of Texas, and I will be having a field day with all the trolls and haters." It is not going to surprise me if they beat them that first day. It's not going to surprise me, but it won't surprise me if it goes the other way. I mean, I'm still going to keep in my mind Brian Schottenheimer, first-year coach, first-year coaches, rookies being put in key situations, free agents being put in key situations. When you think about this, we're going to look at this next week. When you think about all these free agents that the Cowboys brought in, when you think about the draft picks the Cowboys brought in the trades or the trade, you think about this. They're playing. They're literally going to be playing. We're literally going to be relying on guys that we have brought in. George Pickens, we're relying on him big time. Of course, he's a 4-year guy. But then when you look at the free agents we brought in, Kyrie Elam, he's a former first-round pick, but he was released pretty much by Buffalo. We're depending on him to be big for us. Solomon Thomas, we're expecting him to play a huge role for us. Perrion Winfrey, we're expecting him to play a huge role for us. Peyton Turner, I think the Cowboys want him to play some kind of huge role for us. Of course, we got Dante Fowler. We're already knowing Dante Fowler is going to play a big role for us. You think about the draft picks. We're literally expecting the draft picks to come in right now and contribute. Tyler Booker is going to be our starting, right guard. Donovan Ezeraku, we're expecting him to come in here and dominate. Second round guy, which you typically expect the high round guys to do those type of things. Savon Revel Jr. We're expecting Savon Revel Jr. to come in and contribute to the team. Jonathan Mingo, the 4th round pick. I mean, George Pickens, of course, he's the trade, but we gave up the 4th round, so we already know that Georgia is going to perform. But Shamar Stewart, he's the one that I don't think we're going to really expect to contribute big this year, except probably on except on special teams. But then when you start talking about Jaden Blue, man, we're treating Jaden Blue like he was a 1, 2, or 3. Jay Toyer, we're about to throw Jay Toyer right to the fire. Don't Jay Toyer, you're going to be one tech. Day one, you're going to already be thrown right into the fire, and we expect you to contribute. And then, of course, Phil Maffa, we're going to expect I think we're going to expect Phil Maffa. So when you think about what we've done, man, all these players we're expecting for them to contribute. So with all of that being said, that's why I'm saying I'm just kind of, I think the Cowboys are going to flash. I think we're going to do some great stuff. But I also understand, man, it's a lot to do to try to put all of that together and say we're going to make a run this year. Not saying it can't happen, because we do got Dak Prescott, veterans, CeeDee Lamb. We're going to have Micah Parsons, also Diggy Zua. We got a lot of these guys that have already been here. The run blend, Diggs coming back, Ferguson. I mean, we got enough mix of guys who've been here for a while, but it's still going to take a whole bunch of coming together to really make this thing take off the way that we want it to. It really is. It's going to take a lot to do it. 2018 was a Super Bowl team. I'd have to go back and look at where we were on that one. Bam Bam says, I think we'll be all right if Flus runs. I think he will run. Just don't expect it to be no 50-50. Don't expect it to be no 50-50. This dude going to get loose. You watch what I tell you. Brian has not been showing a lot, and he's not going to show anything on Saturday because he wants to surprise people. We're going to see. Daniel said, gee, this Jay Toye kid is so big, it's hard for me to put that much faith in a 7th-round rookie. But what other choice do we have? This is what the Cowboys are expecting. And so this is why, for me, I'm just going to kind of, I know the Cowboys are going to win double-digit wins. It's just a matter of how many, and it all depends on how quick all of this comes together. Yeah, it's all a matter of how quick this comes together. All right, let's see here. Let's hear the rest of this thing with Nick Harris is almost done.
Our Telegram talking Cowboys football here with you on the Fan. Young players hoping to see more from in week 2 Saturday night. Does that list start with Donovan Ezeraku?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ezeraku, that'll be my first name mentioned on any player that has anything to do with young players, any list that has to do with young players. Ezeraku, we could also throw in Nate Thomas as well. He only had 10 snaps in that first preseason game. Tyler Booker, Brian Schottenheimer said today that he will play in this second preseason game. So excited to see that against some interesting backup defensive tackles that the Ravens have. They have a pretty deep unit as well. It's going to be fun to see what Booker can do up against those guys. John Stevens, he didn't get to play last week in that first preseason game. Excited to see what he has coming off those 2 knee injuries. He's had his moments at camp, but he's also had some issues with some dropsies. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can keep it up as far as the receiving game goes. And then can Joe Milton just be consistent? And that's what you're hoping to get out of it. You know, we talked to him coming out of that first preseason game, and he said, man, I just went out there. I was too excited, you know, and I airmailed some throws just because I had too much on it. He's like, if I had to go back out there right now, I'd be ready to roll. And so this is his opportunity to do so. And we'll see if he learned from that week 1 and is maybe a little bit more consistent with his arm in this matchup against the Ravens. But regardless, it's going to be fun. You know, the storyline of Joe Milton against Cooper Rush, that's going to be fun too. You know, it's not often that you can have some cool storylines in the preseason. So don't mind if I take advantage of that one.
Any
All right, let me say a couple of things. I see some comments here. I'm very interested to see how Joe Milton plays in the second game, but understand this don't get no easier. Baltimore Ravens aren't no pushover. The Baltimore Ravens are not a pushover. When you look at the first 6 plays, I mean, it's not like in those plays he was actually missing guys. There was like if you look at those first 6 plays, some of those were like no separation. So it kind of makes you wonder. I haven't went back and looked at film on him, but it makes me kind of wonder if you went back and looked at film, did he go through the progressions good enough? Because there was no separation on those. There really wasn't no separation on those. And I think the Ravens are going to be even tougher than the doggone I think they're going to be tougher or as tough as the doggone Rams. And we'll see. Shotty may try to run a few more exotic plays and put a few more wrinkles in there and try to get him some completions and kind of see what that looks like. We'll see. But again, this smells like Trey Lance all over to me. Smells like Trey Lance all over to me. It just sounds like more fancier language. This is the only knock. This is really, for me, the only knock I have on Brian Schottenheimer. Because we've been questioning whether or not this is Jerry Jones or Brian Schottenheimer. And this seems like this is a lot of Brian Schottenheimer because he is big on Joe Milton, it seems like to me. And it's like he's trying to make Joe Milton be this great quarterback. Does anybody not realize Joe Milton has never been known as a great quarterback? 6 years in college, only a 1-year starter. Trey Lance started more than he did. So when you start thinking about Joe Milton, my knock on this is you want to see what Joe Milton is at the expense. And maybe this is basically what they told, maybe this is what they told Greer when they bought him in. Greer, we're just bringing you here to be the third receiver, the third quarterback, the emergency quarterback. If we brought you here just for an emergency because we want Joe Milton to be the second quarterback. That's crazy to me because if you truly want to see what Joe Milton is, let him do what all the rookies are doing. Let him do what all the rookies are doing. Compete. Do we not know that all the other coaches, some of them have rookie quarterbacks that they've never, ever coached? So what do? They let them compete. They don't take the quarterback that they drafted and say, okay, we're going to let you play the entire preseason. We're not going to let the third string quarterback compete with you. We're not going to let any other quarterback that we have in camp compete with you. No, it's your job you get to play yourself out of the job rather than compete for the job. I'm just telling you, this to me goes against everything you've been saying about competition. Oh, so except when it comes to Will Grier. Will Grier doesn't get to compete for the job. Joe Milton gets to come out here and supposedly push Dak Prescott. Oh, he gets to push Dak Prescott. But Will Grier doesn't get to come out and say, yeah, but I'm going to push you, Joe Milton, because I want to be the backup quarterback. Maybe this is what he agreed to. But to me, it goes against everything they're talking about. So I'm very interested to see how does Joe Milton look again. How does he look against the Baltimore Ravens? Because I'm just telling you, they're waiting on the moment. They didn't get it last week. It's just like Trey Lance. They were waiting on the moment to say that Trey Lance is better than Dak Prescott. Trey Lance the future. Push Dak out the door. This is what we're doing in Dallas too. We're waiting. We're waiting to say, cool. Oh, Joe Milton, he the man. This is Jerry Jones stuff, and this is the kind of stuff I don't like about Jerry Jones. I'm wondering if it's Jerry Jones or if it's Brian Schottenheimer, but it seems like a big part of Brian too. All right, let me answer these questions. Superstar Status said, how come you leave out 18 and 22? The reason why I left out 18 and 22, I'm not sure. I have to go back and look at 18. But the reason why I left those out is because they were not what I call surefire. Everyone thought we were going to win the Super Bowl seasons. The reason why I picked those 3 seasons is 2007. We were the number 1 seed. We got the bye week. We were the number 1 seed. New York was not supposed to beat us. At least that's what everybody thought. New York was not supposed to beat us. We had a superior wide receiver in Terrell Owens. They were not supposed to beat us. We were 13-3. 2007 is what I call a bona fide Super Bowl season. We go to 2014. We were not the number 1 seed, but I'm thinking we were what, the number 2? We go to Green Bay, and we could have beat Green Bay. We beat Green Bay, I think we are gone. We beat Green Bay in 2014. I think we're gone because everybody kind of thought in their heads that we thought we were beating Green Bay. The next game was going to be easy because having Green Bay is a very deceptive team. If you get Green Bay in the first round with prime Aaron Rodgers, that is one of the worst things you could ever get. Because Aaron Rodgers, even from a wild card position, could beat any team out there depending upon what they were doing. So, but 2016, that was another number 1 seed year. That was another number 1 seed year. And in that year, we were actually riding high. But again, it was the Green Bay Packers, but we were still riding high. We figured we could beat Green Bay. We'd have beat Green Bay. We were 1 game away. We were at the NFC Championship game. I mean, how close? I mean, when you think about 07 and 2016, how much closer can you get? I mean, how much closer can you get, man? You only got 1 more game after that. You're in the NFC Championship game after both of those games. Both of those games didn't make it. So that's why I didn't include 18 and 22. I definitely didn't include them. And I do think in 22, I think we were close. And I'm sure that's a San Francisco 49er year. But those years to me, when I look at the fact the Cowboys were the number 1 seed, though. They were the number 1 seed in 07 and 14. And I just threw in 16 because it was just a miracle year the way Dak and Zeke was rolling. And it took a miracle throw and a miracle catch and a miracle field goal to beat the Cowboys. So that's why I didn't include 18 and 22, because those San Francisco teams, man, the San Francisco teams were good. They were absolutely good. I mean, I can never remember this guy's name. Tony Pollard. Tony Pollard's leg break in that San Francisco game, though, changed the whole complexion of the game. I think we could have won that San Francisco game. I think it was, 22? I think we could have won that game. But that game was not like the 07 and the 07 and the 16 year. I mean, you're the number 1 seed, man. That's tough. It's tough to lose when you're the number 1 seed. Man, that's tough, man. That's tough when you're number 1 seed and you lose. Man. These boys. Trey Lance is balling with the Chargers. We dropped the ball. These boys. The Cowboys tried to re-sign him. But let's think about this. I think it was Mixed Matrix that asked about this, and I think it's a great comment. Why does it seem like that Trey Lance is actually doing better with the Chargers than he did with us? Why does it seem like he's doing better there? And I don't know, maybe it's because he's got another year under his belt. He's matured since he was with Dak Prescott. Maybe all of this is coming to fruition, and now with the Chargers, Trey Lance is looking like what people thought that he could look like. I think the Cow kind of gave up on him a little too quick. Brock Purdy comes in and starts having this incredible season, and it's over. And you think about what happened to Trey Lance. The Dak Prescott injury happened to Trey Lance. If Trey Lance don't have the Dak Prescott injury, we might not even be having the conversation. Because Trey Lance is probably the 49ers coach, the 49ers quarterback going forward if he doesn't get the Dak Prescott injury. A lot of people don't realize that's what happened to Trey Lance. Trey Lance got the Dak Prescott injury. And it threw him off a year. Mixed Matrix said, why do the Joneses keep going for the project quarterback back-to-back, each one with less and less snaps? Mixed Matrix, you know what's crazy to me? A lot of people keep saying that they think Joe Milton may be the quarterback of the future. I don't think so. I don't think he's the quarterback of the future. At the very minimum, at the very max, I could see him maybe being a bridge quarterback. I don't see him being the quarterback of the future. Joe Milton is, if I'm not mistaken, 25. He'll be 26 at the beginning of next season. Dak Prescott's contract, they can pretty much get from up under it. I think it's in 2028. That'll put Joe Milton at 29 years old. Not saying that you can't be the franchise quarterback at 29 years old. But I'm not looking at you as the future franchise quarterback at 29 years old. I'm not. I'm looking at you at 29 years old. If you haven't already been on the team and already balling out, I'm basically looking at you as, okay, you're going to be the bridge quarterback. Maybe something like a 3-year deal, 2-year guaranteed, get you for as less money as I can. I think the Cowboys' future quarterback is not on the team yet. Because if I'm the Cowboys and if I'm truly going for a franchise quarterback, I'm going in the draft. Not this coming year, but the year after. I'm going in the draft the year after 2026. I'm going for my franchise quarterback then. That's where I'm going for my franchise quarterback. Because I want a young quarterback. I want a young quarterback. I want a quarterback that I can get him on a cheap deal and put a whole bunch of players around him. Spend all my money on the players because that's the formula. The Cowboys do need to get to that point at some point in time. Whenever they decide that they're done with Dak Prescott, then you need to be grooming a future quarterback, one that you got on a super cheap deal. Joe Milton, maybe he'll be on a super cheap deal because if Dak stays healthy, you really won't see him anyway. But I just don't think he's the quarterback of the future. I think he's a bridge quarterback. But again, even with Milton, you're just hoping. You're just hoping that he turns out. We don't know if he's going to turn out. Ryan R., that's my point. 25 is ancient for a rookie. It is. I mean, it is. If I'm not mistaken, Trey Lance may be younger than him. I think Trey Lance may be younger than him, if not the same age. Yeah, Trey Lance is 25. Trey Lance is 25 years old. But Trey Lance has been kind of trying to do this now for what? Maybe 3 years? So, Joe Milton, you're talking about sitting up under Dak Prescott. I mean, I think he probably needs to sit up under Dak for about 2 years. That would put him right at about 28. He'd have one more year to wait on Dak's contract being up. And then if he takes the helm, he'll be 29. That, to me, is not a franchise quarterback. That's a bridge quarterback. Yeah, that's a bridge quarterback for me. And if Dak Prescott is balling out, he won't even get the job then. He won't even get the job then. Dak will probably take some crazy discount because Dak Prescott will want to retire as a Cowboy. Star Guardian he said Superstar Stat. He said, well, if that's the case, then it's a Jones Boys philosophy. G. I don't know about. I don't know. I'm just saying. When I look at the Super Bowl years, that there was no doubt in a lot of people's mind we were going to the Super Bowl. It's 07 to me. It's 07. You're the number one seed. You're 2016. Because you think about most number one seeds go to the Super Bowl. Most number one seeds go to the Super Bowl. So we were the number one seeds in those years. That's why I picked 2007. I picked 2016. But in 2014, boy, when we had a running game that was out of this world. And I think a lot of people thought we were doing it. Christian, unfortunately, that's not going to happen. No, the Cowboys are not going to get Arch Manning. they won't lose enough games to get him. They will not lose enough games to get him. Man, I got a strange feeling. I could be totally wrong, but I think the New Orleans Saints are about to try to go 3-14. I'm just telling you. I think that these doggone New Orleans Saints are about to try to go 3-14, and I think Arch Manning is going to be the quarterback for the doggone Saints. Okay, let's finish up these last 4 minutes.
Feeling on when Diggs will return?
Doesn't sound like he's going to be ready to start the season, but there's been a lot of optimism about how he's approached rehab at training camp, and it seems that both sides are at least on the same page. Just talking about front office and Trayvon Diggs now. You go back to the beginning of camp when things looked a little tense between both sides. I think the two sides have at least mended for the time being, and they are excited about Diggs. They're counting on Diggs to be a big part of what they do this season. But when I talk to people about, hey, is he going to be ready for week one? Is he going to be ready for week one? It's more of a situation of like, maybe not, but he's going to be ready for the season. And so, whether that means he starts on IR and misses the first 4 games, they are counting on him to be a big part of this defense for the large majority of the year.
Is every person who works at a
Man, let me
desk
tell you something about
doing-
Trayvon Diggs. I am praying that Trayvon Diggs is 100% healthy.
What's Nick Harris's educated prediction?
I do not want Trayvon Diggs coming back to the Cowboys early, trying to force himself back, and then he goes out there and gets hurt again. Trayvon Diggs needs to be putting in his mind, I am auditioning for other teams. He needs to put that in his mind. I'm auditioning for other teams. I'm out here. I'm going to ball out this season. I'm going to ball out, and I'm going to stay healthy. Trayvon Diggs has got to make sure he stays healthy. He's got to make sure he does it. Because if he doesn't do it, he will not be back with Dallas next year. And his value goes way down. I am really hoping that this dude comes back, and I hope he really contributes in a big way. And I hope we see the Trayvon Diggs we saw before he got that doggone contract and the injury. I mean, I want to see that balling. I want to see the balling Trayvon Diggs. Because I'm telling you, Matt Eberflus's style of play as it pertains to cornerback, it's going to put a lot of pressure on Trayvon Diggs. Because he requires his cornerbacks to be able to tackle. And Trayvon Diggs has struggled with tackling, especially last season before he got hurt. And so when you start talking about tackling, because when you start talking about these knees and things like that, that's why I'm worried about Trayvon Diggs, because your movement, your mobility, and everybody's like, oh, movement, mobility, he's looking good. That's not my fear. My fear for Trayvon Diggs is what happens the first time you fall on that turf, on that concrete, almost artificial turf. What happens when you fall on it? Not once, twice, 3 times, 4 times as the season rolls on. You're falling on your knees, trying to make tackles. That's what's got me concerned about Trayvon Diggs. If you told me Trayvon Diggs was going to do nothing but just stand up and cover, and I would think he would be fine for the most part. But when you start about playing physical corner and coming up, making tackles, that's where I'm worried about Trayvon Diggs. That's why I say Trayvon Diggs don't need to hit that field for the Cowboys until he is ready to go. And when he's ready to go, come back and contribute in a big way, because understand, you're going to be auditioning for other teams unless you absolutely ball out. Daniel said, gee, don't skip my Greer comment. That boy would be at a disservice if he isn't mentioned as the next Tim Tebow. Will Greer? Man, let me tell you what's strange to me. I think this thing with Will Greer, we're going to see how this turns out. Because this is crazy to me how this may be shaking down. So it seems like to me that Brian Schottenheimer is basically saying that if Joe Milton doesn't play well this game, Will Greer, just like Cooper Rush, without playing a down, Will Greer will be the second string quarterback. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. I don't. It seems like to me this is where they're going. It seems like to me this is exactly where they're going with this. I'm just blown away with where they could be going with this Will Grier thing. I'm just blown away. So we'll see. We'll see. Daniel said, did you hear the funniest thing about Will Grier? Will Grier is like the right-handed version of Tim Tebow, but he dances way better than him due to the stanky leg. Man, he had me rolling with that stanky leg, man. I had to do a double take. I was like, stanky leg? Ain't nobody was doing the stanky leg no more. Will Grier can play, though. Shoot, that joker can play. I'm telling us Will Grier can play. And so, you know, got to ask yourself this part, too. You know, if the Cowboys are really serious about a championship run, you know, and Joe Milton isn't what they want him to be, would you consider bringing in somebody who could really be that man if somebody who could really be that quarterback if something was to happen? I just wonder. I just wonder. But again, yeah, on the Arch Manning conversation, shoot, he ain't coming to Dallas. One, he's not coming to Dallas. Some people have been saying that he's going to stay 2 years in college. And you know, guys, we got to think about something too. Man, this doggone NIL money is so big for these college players. Arch Manning would lose money. He would lose money almost coming to the pros. It is big money in this NIL money. It has no salary cap. There's no cap on it right now. So he may want to stay 2 years. He may want to stay 2 years and get his money and continue to get his money, get his stock up, and do his thing. Bam said, we might have to keep Diggs by default. Revel's going to need time. Wish we would have drafted Will Johnson. Yeah, Trayvon Diggs is definitely going to be the cornerback this year. But next year, no, that contract is set. Unless Diggs just come out here and just totally tears it up this year. He come out here and tear it up this year, they might do some reworking with that deal. But he has no more guaranteed money left. Trayvon Diggs is in a rock and a hard place with the Cowboys. There is no more guaranteed money. So if he did play for the Cowboys, he'd be playing at his own risk next year. No guarantees. They cut him at any time they want to. No harm, no foul. My man, Go Dodgers, he said, did you see that game where Will Grier played before he got cut? I still say he beat out Cooper Rush. I still say he beat out Cooper Rush. He can play. And it seems like to me they might be saying that if he don't turn, if Joe Milton don't show us what we want, then we'll just let him come and be the quarterback. It's just crazy to me. This situation with Joe Milton is crazy. I get it. I get you want to see him. But I also think you have to tell him, yeah, we want to see you play, but you're going to compete too. No one on this team is exception to the rule of competing.
On if Micah Parsons is playing week 1.
Yeah, that's a good one, man. I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say that he is playing just because he has been showing up. You know, those game checks, it's going to be more game check money than he's gotten his entire career because of the fifth-year option deal. You don't want to miss out on those, you know, at the end of the day. But, you know, if you're asking me, does a deal get done before then? Man, I don't have an answer for you just because you're at a stalemate, and it's tough to predict stalemates and when they eventually split. But if you're asking me, does he play week 1, my educated guess is a yes.
Hey, Nick, you got to see the premiere of Jerry's kind of docuseries, documentary, whatever you want to call it. What'd you think?
Yeah, it's really well done. Shout out to the Way brothers. They're originally from Thousand Oaks, the directors of this docuseries. They've done some really cool stuff with Netflix in the past, and you can see just their style and how they approach this ordeal. And, you know, chronologically, they did such a great job of, you know, jumping back in time, then jumping forward in time. If you're a fan of the Cowboys and you're a longtime fan of the Cowboys, thinking back to, you know, the days of the 80s and 90s when
DaRon Bland is getting signed. Cowboys are not letting DaRon Bland go. Because if we say DaRon Bland gets hurt, then what are we saying about Trayvon Diggs? Trayvon Diggs hasn't been healthy since he got the contract. Trayvon Diggs got the contract, got hurt. Got healthy. What happened last year? Got hurt again. He's been hurt extended amounts of time. But DaRon Bland, ain't no way they letting DaRon Bland go. Cornerbacks are too hard to find. Cornerbacks are just too doggone hard to find. And so when you did what DaRon Bland did in that one season, man, you bought yourself a contract with that one season. Because I promise you, if the Cowboys let DaRon Bland hit the open market, shoot, man, DaRon Bland is hitting DaRon Bland is hitting the lottery.
Jerry Jones first got into the league and then even into the early 2000s. It's a really cool watch just to, be reminded of some of the things that happened back then, but also some behind-the-scenes stuff that's really cool to see these days. And, one little glimpse that I guess I'll throw out there is, Jerry Jones, he did a master's thesis at the University of Arkansas back in 1964 about the business of football and how he thinks he can, change the business of football. And that thesis was still available in the University of Arkansas archives. And the Way brothers, they went to Fayetteville to get that piece, and they included it in the documentary. So, that's just the level of research that went into this. Really well done, really well produced. Just a fantastic docuseries for sure.
Hell yeah, Nick, you got me excited for it, actually. Appreciate you. Great job covering camp. What was this, number 3 for you?
It was. I appreciate you guys. And, hey, I have to appreciate you guys, too, because in my very first camp, y'all were the first one to ever put me on the radio waves, G-Bag Nation. So shout out to you guys. I appreciate y'all.
Salute.
And looking forward to another good season.
You're
Keep knocking them out in those podcasts, too, man. You guys are doing a great job. You and John.
Cross chop.
Thank you, fellas. I appreciate y'all.
Yeah, it's man, I'm excited for the game on Saturday. I am definitely excited for the game on Saturday. I want to see what the Cowboys do. I'm hoping against hope that maybe they would do something with the starters for maybe the first quarter. I'm hoping against hope, but it's probably not going to happen. But I think somewhere Dak needs to get some live bullets. You just got to make sure that whatever you do, you got to keep them upright. But the one reason why I think that the Cowboys probably will not, I think it was already going to be a long shot. But I think another reason why it's a long shot for Dak Prescott to play, I don't think the Cowboys are fully trusting Nate Thomas yet. I don't think the Cowboys are fully trusting Nate Thomas. You mess around and put Nate Thomas against one of those doggone, man, you put Nate Thomas on one of them defensive ends for the doggone, one of them defensive ends against with the Ravens, man, they'll put a move on him and run right through him and mow Dak Prescott down like a dry piece of grass. So that's probably why they are definitely not going to let Dak Prescott play. They're not going to let Dak Prescott play. So we won't see Dak Prescott play until the season begins. That's kind of where we are. All right, we're going to wind it down. We'll probably wait until tomorrow to do the Brian Schottenheimer thing. But these other two stories are real quick. And we really have already kind of talked about them. Man, I think Asante Samuel is still hurt, man. I was looking out there the other day about Asante Samuel Jr., and there's something going on with Asante Samuel. I don't think Asante Samuel's he ain't coming to the Cowboys no time soon. But I do think Stephon Gilmore is definitely going to be a candidate for the Cowboys. I just hope they don't wait too long, because I'm telling you, after next week, teams are going to really be making a lot of moves, I believe. Let me see. Okay, I was looking at an article. They're talking about that Lamar Jackson, who's only won one more playoff game than Dak Prescott. They said he's underrated. Okay, I'll let them tell it. All right. So, again, the Cowboys make the decision for Joe Milton to be the second to be the quarterback. Says the Cowboys made a big move for their future when they traded for the New England Patriots. And see, this is why I say people write these articles very slanted. You can tell they write them with a bias, because this is what they want to happen. This article is written by Ernesto Cova, and he said the Cowboys made a big move for the future. How do you know they made a big move for the future? They may have made a big move for their future. They may have made a big move for the future, and they're still trying to see if they made a big move for their future. But that's not what these guys say. They made a move, big move for their future when they traded for former New England Patriots Joe Milton. I just don't call a fifth round. I don't call a fifth round draft pick for a quarterback a big move. It says they want to see what they have on their hands. That's why they will get him the nod to start again in the preseason game against the Baltimore Ravens. Milton had an up and down preseason debut against the Los Angeles Rams. He completed 17 of 29, 143 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. He also ran 5 times for 22 yards. He's an impressive athlete with dual threat potential and one of the strongest arms in the league, and he might just need some more time learning from a veteran to put some legitimate pressure, put some legitimate pressure to be a starter. And so the crazy thing is, this is why I was saying this earlier, Milton and Will Grier will compete to be Dak Prescott's backup. Even so, head coach Brian Schottenheimer said he still needs to know Milton a little better, which is why he gave him the bulk of the work in the preseason opener. And again, y'all tell me what you think. Why do other coaches not do this then? Why do other coaches not do this with their rookie quarterbacks? Why do they not do this? Most teams let the quarterbacks all play. And you let guys play themselves into the second string quarterback. But the Cowboys saying that no competition for Milton. We just want to let him see what he is. But again, I guess they're saying that if he doesn't play well, what do? You just let Grier? Because this is why they've been pressing, because Brad Sham pressed him on the same thing, and I would have pressed him on the same thing too. Laufenberg, I think, pressed him on the same thing also, because why is it you're saying that Will Grier don't need snaps? I mean, that's crazy. It's crazy to say that Will Grier don't need snaps. Dak Prescott needs snaps. Everybody needs snaps. Everybody needs reps. Everybody needs them. Dak Prescott has talked about this over and over and over. But it says, I think our plan all along has been that we need to find out about Joe Milton, Schottenheimer said. Under no circumstances am I panicked or worried about Joe Milton. Joe Milton played well, really well in the second half. He did some really good things. He calmed down. See, and I just disagree with his assessment of Joe Milton. Joe Milton didn't calm down in the second half to me. Joe Milton missed wide open Ryan Flournoy. I mean, you could see some of the throws still, they're not there. And our only thing about him is we keep talking about how athletically gifted he is, when the majority, 90%, 95% of these quarterbacks in this league that win championships, no one ever says they're athletic freaks. Nobody. And if he can't beat out Joe Milton, if he can't beat out Will Grier, do you really want him to be your second quarterback? Let him beat out Will Grier. Don't let him play himself out of the job and say, okay, Will, you're the third string because Joe played good enough. That's just crazy to me. But they're letting him be the starter. And it says Schottenheimer was non-committal about whether Milton or Grier would be quarterback 2, and he might provide some clarity after watching both of them against the Ravens. I hope we see both of them against the Ravens. He says, I'm not going to say who the backup running back is right now. Who the backup running back is now, who the backup quarterback is right now, because I don't have to make those decisions yet, the coach added. Well, you don't really have to worry about the running back position, because it seems like to me they're all going to play at some point anyway. The running back to me is a little bit different. But when you're talking about the quarterback, neither one of them are going to play unless something happens to Dak Prescott or you're blowing a team out. But nevertheless, if you're talking about competition, everybody needs to compete. It says this will continue to be Dak Prescott's team for the time being, but given his recent history of injuries and Milton's physical tools, the Cowboys may have already found a successor. Again, do you see how people write these slants? This article is written with the slant of almost wanting Joe Milton. to take the place of Dak Prescott. And I got news for people. With the money that the Cowboys are paying Dak Prescott, I don't care what anyone says. There is no way over the next at least 3 seasons, there is no way the Cowboys are going to let $1 million quarterback take the place of a quarterback making $50 and $60 million a year. Who in the world puts that kind of money on the bench or cuts a player and lets them walk out the door? Because Dak's going to get... People don't realize something about Dak's contract. Dak's contract is not designed for him to be cut. Dak Prescott's contract, it only helps you if he's on the team. If Dak Prescott is not on the team, he destroys your salary cap for at least 2 to 3. At least 2 to 3 seasons. There's no way they'll do it. These boys, I 100% agree with you. They're trying to make Joe Milton into the kind of quarterback that Dak Prescott is. It's not going to work. I agree with you. It's not going to work. Joe Milton is not the kind of quarterback, whether people like it or not. Joe Milton is not the type of quarterback that is wired to go 1 potato, 2 potato, 3 potato, 4. That's not how he's wired. You can tell how he's wired already. 1 potato, 2 potato, I'm gone. That's how Joe Milton is wired. That's exactly how Joe Milton is wired. Brandy, we still live. We got a few more minutes. We're gonna cut it. We're gonna shut it down at 3. Energy says Milton is a play action quarterback like Dak. Shotty got to know that. I think he's more of a because he's more mobile than Dak. I still think he needs even a different type of system than what they're trying to put him in. And this may be the very reason why. Trey Lance goes to the Chargers, and Trey Lance is looking better with the Chargers than he did with the Cowboys. Very interested to see what he looks like. I'm very interested to see what Trey Lance looks like in his second game too. Brandy, you just came from the movies. Tell me what you saw. All right, let me see. What you say you saw here? Oh, Nobody 2. I can't believe Nobody 2 is actually a movie that went to the movies. I'm sorry. That movie to me sounds more like a doggone Amazon movie. Shake and Bake says we wouldn't be having this discussion if someone been more careful at who they were. Oh, okay. Y'all talking about something else. Yeah, y'all talking about that Arch Manning thing? Okay. Let's see this last thing, because we don't really have the time that I would like to have with the Brian Schottenheimer exposed. We'll talk about that tomorrow. So what we'll look at now, just for a few seconds or a few minutes. Man, let me tell you something. Boy, you want to talk about pure comedy? It is pure comedy to me that people are actually talking about Micah Parsons getting traded. Man, this is pure comedy to me. I'm not even going to nowhere near entertain this madness. This is literal madness to me. And let me see here. Athlon doesn't have it. Let me see if I can pull it up. And they're saying that Green Bay has made a significant offer for Micah Parsons. Man, come on, man. I'm just blown away with this. Okay, hold on a second. There's actually 2 articles on this. And let's pull up the let's see. Lombardi Avenue, they're talking about, let's see. So let's pull it up over here. They're talking about the Cowboys and Parsons seemingly remain far apart on any sort of long-term contract and Parsons has not shied away from his voicing his immense displeasure with reality. With this reality at this rate, Dallas may have no choice but to move on. I don't think we're there yet. And it says that legitimately that the the Packers have actually offered something, but it looks like that they have come up with their own thing. It says Packers get edge rusher Micah Parsons. Cowboys get edge Rashawn Gary. 2026 first round pick. 2027 second round pick. 2026 third round pick. That to me isn't enough. Y'all tell me what you think. I don't think that's enough. If I'm the and you're definitely not trading them to the Green Bay Packers, but if I'm the Cowboys, I couldn't get no less than 2 number ones, maybe a third and a fifth. And I got to at least get 4 to 5 picks, and I got to get another player. I got to either get your edge rusher or your good one tech. I got to get more. I got to get more than that, and maybe even say I want a one tech, and you throw in a cornerback. I don't care if it's a second string cornerback, but I'm laughing because people are presenting this as if it's a reality. Man, I don't care what nobody say. The media loves the Dallas Cowboys. There is no way that anybody could see this as being realistic. I just don't. There is no way that anybody can see this as being realistic. Let's see here. And the people who they're talking about is Green Bay. And they're saying the rumor is that there's a big trade offer for Micah Parsons. Okay, what is it? What would be that? What would be that? Let me see if it says it over here. Yeah, I saw this over on X earlier. Don't believe it. Even though I don't think he will be traded, the Packers have a very serious trade offer on the table for the Cowboys for Micah Parsons. Rumor from Ricky, and everybody says this guy breaks a lot. I'm not sure who this guy is, but a lot of people say this guy breaks a lot of deals and stuff like that. But I just don't believe it. I'm laughing. The response. The responses is crazy. The responses is crazy. But you know what? Let's deal seriously just for a moment about a Micah Parsons trade before we get out of here. If you're talking about a Micah Parsons trade, it has to be multiple draft picks, as in a couple of first and some others. Plus, you're going to have to give up some players. And if I'm the Cowboys, there is no way I would trade Micah Parsons to a team that's going to finish in the top 5, which means you're going to be drafting anywhere from 27 to 32. If I'm trading Micah Parsons, it has to be to a team like, it can't be an NFC team. It had to be a team like the Browns. I mean, I'm talking the Browns. I'm talking the Jags. I mean, I'm talking teams that, bro, I'm talking teams where I'm going to be guaranteed that more than likely I'll be drafting in the top 10. If I get your number 1, I'm going to be drafting in the top 10. There is no way. There is no way that I would trade Micah Parsons to a winning team. There is no way. Why in the world would somebody be why in the world would somebody be that dumb? You think about it. Why would I trade him to the Bills? I would probably trade him to, maybe I would consider the New England Patriots. I would definitely consider them. I would consider the Cleveland Browns. And the other team I would definitely consider would be the Jacksonville Jaguars or the Tennessee Titans. Those are four bad teams. I mean, I would even consider the Las Vegas Raiders. I would consider the Las Vegas Raiders, but they coming off some stuff. If I was to go to the Raiders, man, I'm talking a couple of number 1s. I'm wanting Ashton Genty. I'm telling you straight up. Man, I want Ashton Genty thrown into the deal. I'm on an Ashton Genty thrown into the deal and Max Crosby thrown into the deal. I got to have some if you're talking about trading Micah Parsons. But at the end of the day, it's just not going to happen. I just don't think it's going to happen. I really think Jerry Jones is going to play this down to the wire, and then they're going to come to the table at the midnight hour and they're going to sign Micah Parsons. Okay, these boys, yeah, Trey looked good in both. Yeah, I've been hearing he's looking real good. I've heard he's been looking real good. So, but again, Micah Parsons is not getting traded. I just don't get it. I just don't see it. But I tell you this, boy, the Cowboys got Micah Parsons in a headlock. If the Cowboys were to put Micah Parsons in a situation, now I'm just telling you straight up, I believe if the Cowboys put Micah Parsons in a situation to where Micah Parsons played on his last year, I don't think there's no way he signs. I think he would literally play out 2 franchise tags. I don't think he would sign. If he signed, the Cowboys would have to make that deal be astronomical. Yeah, I can't wait to see it, Brandy. But it does still seem like a home release to me. But we'll see. I'm telling you. I just think on principle. Micah Parsons wouldn't want. I just think on principle, Micah Parsons wouldn't play. I just think on principle, he would just refuse any kind of long-term contract with the Cowboys from that point forward. And I really think him and his agent would be seriously going at the Cowboys. I think they would seriously go at the Cowboys about making a trade and seeing if they could seek a trade. Because I'll tell you the funny thing about this thing when people start talking about this Micah Parsons trade stuff. You know what I find to be strange about the Micah Parsons talk and the trade talk? Micah Parsons requested a trade. And while teams may not believe that Jerry would seriously trade Micah Parsons, you got to ask yourself, how bad do other teams really want Micah Parsons? Because if teams really wanted Micah Parsons, and if they were really willing to give up some just give up something stupid for Micah Parsons, where are the offers at? Where are they? I mean, if I really wanted Micah Parsons, I'm thinking like, okay, we really want this dude. While it may be a long shot, my thought is Jerry is the one who did the Herschel Walker trade. He is partially responsible for the Herschel Walker trade. What if we made a Herschel Walker type deal? What if we made a Herschel Walker type offer? What if we made the Miles Jack offer? What was the guy they were talking about that got traded to the Raiders? What was the trade? Because a lot of people are saying that is the baseline. A lot of people are saying that's who was it that got traded? I think that was him, right? Where are the teams that are making these? They said that there's a big offer. Well, the way people talk about Micah Parsons, wouldn't we think there would be like multiple offers coming in? Because I'm just telling you now, I couldn't see. It's one thing to say you're not going to accept phone calls talking about Micah Parsons. It's another thing to say, but it ain't like we're not going to let offer sheets come through. I mean, if somebody want to send an offer sheet and the offer sheet is crazy, Well, let's see what it is. What's the offer sheet? What's stopping somebody from sending the offer sheet? Because for me, even if I said, hey, you know what? we really want Micah Parsons. We don't think Jerry's going to do it. But let's see if he'll bite on it if we're going to send this, and this. Maybe he'll bite on it. Isn't that what you do when you want something? You make an offer. And so what is it? Is it that people don't really believe that the Joneses are serious? And so that's why the offers, because I'm just wondering, where are the offers? Where are they? Where are all these offers? If Micah Parsons said he wants to be traded, and as we keep getting closer and closer, and everybody's like, man, this is getting serious. Well, if I'm thinking it's getting serious and I really want Micah Parsons, am I not going to send an offer sheet? I'm sending an offer sheet. However I got to do it, I'm sending an offer. I'm sending an offer because I'm saying, you know what? It's a long shot, but I'm going to see what happens. Daniel says, if I'm trading Micah, I would get 2 firsts. No doubt, I'm getting 2 firsts. Jeffrey Simmons from the Titans, I'm getting 2 firsts, maybe a 7th and a 5th, and you're going to throw in a player. You're going to throw in a player. And if I can, I'll get 2. Bam Bam Gang said, if we trade Micah, I'm going to need Q. Okay, tell me what that means. Mixed Matrix said, why would anyone trade Micah for Bosa? Yeah, I definitely wouldn't do that. Daniel said, Quentin Williams, Sauce Gardner. Sauce Gardner. And 2 firsts for Micah. Give me that deal. Ooh, boy, there's a whole lot of people that would take that. There's a lot of people. Christopher Church said, give it to me. Tax said, why don't free agents never want to come to Dallas anymore? T.O., our last free agent, big-time player, Jerry went and got. Well, we got George Pickens. He sounds like he wants to be here. And I think the big-time free agents will come here. Jerry just don't want to play him. I mean, just don't want to pay him. Because you bringing them in, you are paying them big money up front. Yeah, there's a lot of people that would take that one, Daniel. Mixed Major said, you really think they're signing Michael now? Why not next offseason? It frees up cap now, but when we have the Jones ever dated about that, Mixed Matrix. I think if they were to try to make Michael play on this season, I think it would be a disaster. I'm just being honest with you. Tag, we know his playoff stats. One second, 4 playoff games. I just think it would be. I just think it would be too much if the Cowboys tried to take Micah Parsons and made him play during the season. I just don't think he would do it. These boys just win. He said Jerry going to make Micah play out that contract. I'm struggling with it, man. I'm struggling. I just don't believe he's gonna do it. I just think it's, boy, you try to make Micah Parsons play out this doggone contract this season right here. I just don't think it'll happen. Micah better take out a heavy insurance policy then. Dang it, I'm just saying, if Jerry and Steven G, I would find a way to pay Micah and keep him happy. I think they are going to pay him. Yeah, I think they are going to pay him. I just don't think they're going to. He ain't going nowhere. Yeah, Mixed Major. The only thing that Dak never said is Dak never said he didn't want to be a Cowboy. I don't even remember a letter Dak wrote. I mean, bring me back to recollection. I just don't remember a letter that he wrote. I mean, Dak was just kind of like, man, if I had to play somewhere else, I guess I had to play somewhere else. But I'm just going to play. Dak said, I'm not sitting out, I'm playing. Interview said, I don't want to trade Mike and it doesn't pan out for the players or picks. We get it's going to set us back further. We already got him by the luck of the draw. Man, I just don't know what it would do to the team. I just don't know what it would do to the team. Oof. And I'm telling you, the only way the team is good with a trade for Micah Parsons, because at the end of the day, let me tell you something. Somebody like Sam Williams would feel bad, but he would be like, okay, good, it's an opportunity for me. Everybody ain't thinking like we are, like, oh, Micah on the team. No, somebody's saying, hey, he don't be on here. It's going to be more opportunities for the rest of us. You never know. And if you get the players that make the team go, man, we can win with these dudes they done brought up in here. You know, but, whew, boy, you taking a chance. Khalil Mack, I'm thank you. Thank you, Shake and Bake. Khalil Mack. I mean, boy, you really taking a chance if you don't sign Micah Parsons. I just don't believe they're not. I just don't believe they're not going to. I just can't believe they're not going to sign him. That's just kind of where I am on it. I won't believe it until I see it. Go Dodgers said Mike McCain says trade Micah Parsons for 2 first-round picks, a 4th and the 6th, and a box of milk. Hey, man, I got to get something in that ballpark. Dominique, I agree with you. I think his doggone agent wrote that letter. I do. I think it's his agent. Yeah, Christopher, we won't have to worry about Turpin, though. Turpin is on special teams, so we already got a spot for him. Christian, I'm having a hard time believing that there's been 2 offers. I'm having a hard time believing it. And if they have been offers, they haven't been good. I don't think they've been good. But the way people are talking about Micah Parsons, you would think there would at least be 10 or 15 of these things. But maybe some people are saying we don't want to even waste our time because Jerry ain't going to do it. But then maybe if they've discovered that it's really going to happen, maybe the offers will start pouring in. I don't know. But it's just strange to me. It's strange to me. We'll see if more comes in next week. Maybe the Cowboys listen. Richard said the reason why no teams have made a real offer is because they don't want to look like a fool for what they would give for him. That part too. But somebody gonna have to show, hey, somebody got to, if you really want it, you got to put it out there. Go Dodgers said, oh yeah, a box of milk duds. I see you. Yeah, and Dak though, but Dak never said he didn't want to be a part of the team. Dak continuously said he wants to be here. He never said he didn't want to be a part of the team. He kept on practicing, and Dak basically said, I'm gonna play through it. Dak said, I'm gonna play through it. Yeah. He said, I'm gonna play through it. And I think that's the difference, Miss Matrix. It's the way Dak is doing it. Dak never pouted. He just, hey, it is what it is. Dak even, the thing that put the icing on the cake for Dak Prescott when Dak said, if I'm not playing for the Cowboys, I'm not going to take it personal. Woo, boy, that was heavy right there. Dak said, I'm not going to take it personal. Not going to do it. Tax said, how can Micah and Diggs go on a podcast slamming Dak, but what about their playoff stats? What have Micah and Diggs done in big games? They disrespect their quarterback, now they want sympathy. I 100% agree with you. I 100% agree with you on that, man. He was the same one saying, you know what they say about the highest paid player after Dak got his deal. Now here he is all of a sudden. Dak over here talking about giving him his money. It's crazy. Daniel MG, 5 years, $205 million for Mike and $45 million guaranteed with $123 million bonus money. It's probably going to be somewhere in that range. Well, it'll be more than $45 million guaranteed. I'm thinking in total it'll probably be about 100. You said 123 in bonus money. Ain't no way. Ain't no way they would do it. I think it's probably going to be more about $150 million guaranteed than a $205 million, $210 million deal, something like that. Tack. He said Micah still ain't supporting the run, just front runner pass rusher. Yeah. Yeah, mixed matrix. And again, see, it's the wording. It's the wording that Dak was using that people were just kind of like, I get it. We got it. It's the wording. But Dak never said, I don't want to be a Dallas Cowboy. That's it different with me. When you say you no longer want to be here, shoot, you sealed your fate with me. But that's me. I'm not Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones, people don't understand. Jerry Jones got very thick skin. I said this before. Jerry ain't sweating this stuff. Jerry is going to sign Micah Parsons. These boys, you know what? You saying something now. Other teams don't see Micah like the Cowboy fans. I agree. I 100% agree. I agree. There are a lot of people out there, they don't see Micah Parsons the way the Dallas Cowboys media, the way the Dallas Cowboy fans, they don't see him the same. I agree with you, for sure. Man, shake and bake. You believe that? Psh, man, let me tell you something. Give me 4 first-round picks for Micah Parsons. Let me wheel and deal. I guarantee you. Man, shake and bake, these people crazy, bro. These people are crazy. You're telling me that 4 first-round picks. Man, let me tell y'all something. We don't even know at this point, but I think Donovan Ezra-Rocco gonna come in here and make a similar impact to Micah Parsons. You watch what I tell you. What about DeMarion Overshown? When DeMarion Overshown was healthy, DeMarion Overshown healthy is arguably the best player on this defense. DeMarion Overshown. And you telling me that these guys are saying that with 4 first-round picks, you couldn't replace Micah Parsons? Man, you replaced Micah Parsons by year 2. By year 2, you replaced Micah Parsons. You go, let's just say this year. Let's say you would have traded Micah Parsons and got 4 first-round picks. You get Abdul Carter in the first round, Donovan Ezra-Rocco in the second round. You're not taking it over Micah Parsons? I am. And I got 2 more first-round picks? Yeah, I'm taking that. That is crazy. That is crazy. That's crazy to me. Oh, yeah, I got you. Okay. I got you, Miss Matrix. No, didn't say that. Okay, I got you. What I'm saying is he said it without saying it. Yeah. Yeah. And again, Dak never said he didn't want to play for the team. Dak said, but I've had to play for another team. Dak had me rolling too. But Dak was doing it in such a way that it Dak was really saying it in a way that it made sense. Because it was like, Dak was like, well, I guess if they don't want me to play here, I got to play somewhere else. Dak had me laughing because he was saying, yeah, there's been great quarterbacks that the last few years of their career, they went and played with other teams. And then he named off Peyton Manning, Tom Brady. Man, I was like, man, Dak Prescott. But again, I have to say, Dominique Pittman, I kind of agree, Mixed Matrix. I kind of agree. If Trey Lance would have truly came in and lit it up, I don't know if Dak Prescott would have been here. Really don't. I don't know if he'd have been here. I know he'd have hit the lottery, but I don't know if he'd have been here. Yeah, Richard, he handled it like a grown man. He did. And again, the difference is he kept playing too. Kept playing. Kept practicing. Could you imagine if Dak went out there last year with no contract and had that hamstring issue? Oh my gosh. He still would have got paid because, look at what happened to Kirk Cousins. Torn Achilles, came back, got $120 million guaranteed. And do y'all know they talking about this man is looking good? Now they talking about Kirk Cousins is balling. Now they talking about Kirk Cousins is balling in training camp. I said, boy, I give up. And then we done had Michael Penix Jr. get into a fight. Man, boy, I give up. You can't make this stuff up. Bam said, I agree. He said about Overshown. Nah, Overshown, man, I'm telling you. If Overshown stays healthy, he's the best player on the defense. He's the best player on the defense. Christopher Church, I feel you. He said there's a reason Vachin brought us more popular than Nick Harris. Man, that take on that dude, George Pickens, but he ain't gonna be about to get 1,000 is crazy. But he can have his opinion. Danny Rice said, yep, T. Higgins fired Mulugheta. He had to. He had to. He had to fire him. Couldn't get it done. These boys said Jerry putting the end to next man up. Yeah, Mulugeta has some skeletons, boy. Let me tell you. Jerry is at war with Mulugeta. Energy Plug said if Dallas didn't want Parsons, they would have kept D-Law instead until it was time to replace him. But Micah replaced him, so it's obvious he's just like, oh yeah, I'm with you, Energy. He ain't going nowhere. He ain't going nowhere. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I'm not going to believe it till I see it. All these trade offers, I'm not believing them. But I tell you this, I want to see what happens if somebody really gets serious. Sure. I want to see if somebody ever gets serious. If somebody was to really send one that's like out of this world diabolical, I want to see what the Cowboys would do. Brian says, he said, heck, I think Maurice Leofau will have a greater impact than Michael Parsons. Man, I'm telling you. I'm just telling you, man. Shoot. I mean, them guys is crazy in the media, bro. To say that you couldn't replace Michael Parsons with 4 first-round picks, boy, I bet you there are other GMs sitting around right now. If they heard that, they probably laughed out their seat. They probably laughed out their seat, man. All right, guys, I appreciate y'all rocking with me, man. 4.5 hours of Cowboys content. Pretty sure people will be watching this well into the morning. But again, I appreciate y'all. Best chat on YouTube. Y'all go and get y'all some sleep. Man, we're going to be right back at this thing tomorrow. I think we'll do our, we're going to probably do our Baltimore Ravens, Dallas Cowboys preview show. Start talking about some of that stuff. Kind of see what's going on. And I'll kind of let you in on this thing with Jesse Holly that's going on. And this thing about Shotty getting exposed. Well, Jesse Holly went off on X today. I mean, I'm like, man, you know what? I had to really catch myself early on to make sure I don't take this stuff personal. Man, don't take this stuff personal. Man, we're talking about the Cowboys. We love the Cowboys. But at the end of the day, man, if we don't agree, we don't agree. Man, people be trying to lose. Man, people be losing relationships over this stuff. It ain't that serious. Shaky Bake said, gee, if you pick and I agree with you. He said with Jerry's defensive picks are scary like Mozzie and Taco Joe. Boy, I feel you on that too, man. I feel you on that, boy. Woo. Yes, sir. I'm gonna check that out, man. I'll check it out for sure. And we'll bring that up. We're gonna bring that up next week, Daniel, as the Cowboys get closer. Because after this Baltimore Ravens game, I'm expected to see some movements by the Cowboys. Yeah, Maurice, Ryan says Maurice does more than Micah, a pure linebacker with great awareness. Man, he gonna be, boy. If I were gonna be, man, he gonna be one of them. Or him and Marion Overshawn together. Ooh wee. Gonna be one of them. Yeah, Micah is a linebacker, but they turned him into an edge rusher, so that's that. Yeah, he ain't playing linebacker no more. All right, guys, I appreciate y'all rocking with me. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button on the way out. Share, subscribe. Until the next time, DC4L, God bless. Let's talk Cowboys and we talk facts. Peace.